Yes.
The lead Supreme Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1528 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news out of the Middle East especially. We are hearing that apparently enemy drones have been spotted near Tehran amid major explosions. We're really not sure why the explosions are happening, but we're seeing smoke out of major cities in Iran, and we're going to see what's happening here in just a second. We're also seeing that a large-scale U.S. Air Force airlift has resumed to the Middle East amid an emergency supply of munitions to the Gulf states. We've also seen as well another big one. The U.S. declared today an intent to invade Cuba imminently in the near future, which is also obviously massive. It's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant news from the Middle East, East Asia, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, the United States of America, and the Indo-Pacific area of responsibility over the course of the past 24 hours. Significant news has emerged from the Iranian capital of Tehran just hours ago, as several drones were identified and visually spotted over the area of the capital city. Not long after, large explosions followed the sighting of the drones, seen within the areas of western Tehran and southern Tehran. At the moment, it is unknown if these explosions are causing any direct damage to the government apparatus of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or if they're causing any significant strategic damage to critical infrastructure or attempting to assassinate top officials. All we can confirm is that the explosions and drones were seen and happened around the same time inside of the capital city of Tehran. This has also come as the Iranians have now stated today that they will be attempting to use weaponized dolphins carrying bombs to attempt to target U.S. warships within the area of the Gulf of Oman. It appears that Flipper has been running on tough times as well and is having to pick up a second job to make ends meet. We have also been able to hear that the United States of America, now that the weekend has arrived and the markets will be closing for a little bit, is saying that the President of the United States is already returning back to the hawk-like war footing and is starting to state that we don't even need to negotiate with them and we might just be able to forcibly reopen the strait, hell or high water. Significant amounts of arms and equipment has been flown in large airlifts over the course of this day into the Middle East, and it does does appear, by all indications, that the United States is still attempting to rearm and prepare for further strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have also seen that the United States has approved some limited sales of weapons to Gulf states, in particular those that would be required for air defenses and possible defenses against drone forces, including some sales of APKWS rocket systems, which would allow for a more efficient interception system or more efficient interception tactic against Iranian one-way attack drones, which may be used in future parts of the conflict. We've also been able to hear that the UK MTO has reported an incident within the Gulf of Aden today, once again showing that the area is incredibly fragile, and it does appear that the Yemeni Houthis and the Somali pirates are generally running havoc on the Gulf of Aden. We've also been able to hear that the USS Higgins was most likely within the area of the theater of operation involved in the war in Iran, and while its engines and machinery spaces were burned out within Indo-PACOM's area of responsibility, it would be important to note that just 2 months ago, at the start of the war with Iran, the USS Higgins had actually been temporarily seen near to the area of Diego Garcia, possibly suggesting that this vessel may have run into some larger issues that led to the ship turning adrift and having to be recovered by special forces of the United States Navy. Meanwhile, the war between Israel and Hezbollah is continuing within southern Lebanon, and it appears that ceasefire has gone completely to the point of fiction, as we are not seeing any existent ceasefire between either side at this point. Hezbollah is inflicting significant losses on Israeli forces, unlike prior conflicts which have been seen over the past 3 years, by using FPV drones against armored personnel carriers, main battle tanks, and troop transports of the light armored variety, including Humvees, which have seen that IDF forces are beginning to rack up a significant amount of casualties and specifically fatalities as well. Moving us on out of this region at large, we have also been able to hear that the Pakistanis are begging for a cessation of hostilities and for the war to eventually end, while at the same time, in the capital city where that announcement was made, fuel pumps are now running completely dry, and actual physical fuel shortages are beginning to grip the major city of Islamabad inside of Pakistan. In East Asia, we've also been able to hear that the United States is still looking into outsourcing U.S. shipbuilding, where warships would actually be manufactured and built in Japan and South Korea, allied nations of the United States, but would largely be depriving the United States-owned shipbuilders or future shipbuilding facilities that may be constructed in the United States of vital contracts to be able to ensure their longevity and also ensure that they would be able to keep the strategic shipbuilding infrastructure here within the United States of America. We've also been able to hear that the U.S. president has now publicly stated today that after they wrap up the war with Iran, they already have a new one on the table, a war with Cuba, and they're stating that they will be preparing to conduct some form of militant action against the communist Cubans on the island at some point right after the war in Iran ends. According to the president, they would just sail up the USS Abraham Lincoln and park it right off the coast, and that alone would easily make the Cubans simply surrender. Of course, we'd have to see whether that happens or not, but we generally do understand that the United States is already lining up the next war before we've even concluded the first one, or much less fixed any of the issues that we're dealing with that are, of course, pretty significant at this point in the war with Iran. We have also been able to hear some other important developments out of Washington, D.C. today as well, with the President of the United States and the White House now taking the stance that the ceasefire actually resets the War Powers Act and gives them a whole other 60 days of combat activities to conduct before they have to start trying to see if the Congress will approve the conflict once more, which is generally a complete a misinterpretation of how the War Powers Act actually works. We've also been able to hear that inside of Europe, there has been a significant amount of developments pertaining to the United States and also NATO's position against the Russian Federation today. Inside of London, security alerts were issued by the U.S. Embassy, and we also have now heard that the EUCOM area of responsibility is announcing that they will be withdrawing 5,000 U.S. troops from Germany effective immediately. We've also heard additional reports that accordingly, this will require an authorization from Congress if they did follow the National Defense Authorization Act, which requires for NATO forces to be kept at a certain level above a specific threshold, and any decrease in numbers of troops lower than that figure would require the approval of the U.S. Congress, which this would actually fall under that criteria, but it is unknown at this moment as to whether or not the Congress would actually hold a vote on that at all. We have also been able to hear that the United States is also delaying weapons shipments to all European partners, stating that the Middle East is far more important and they will not be giving them weapons for any foreseeable time in the near future. We have also seen that interceptions were conducted of Russian aircraft today by NATO forces within the Baltic Sea, and additionally, there has been unbelievably major bombshell news that came out of the Russian Federation. The Ukrainian Armed Forces conducted a drone attack last night while we were live on air, and another drone attack which is ongoing while we're on air right now. The drone attack from yesterday, however, has finally met its, largely landed on its mark, and that mark is one that's incredibly shocking. Ukrainian drones, for the second time now, have crossed the Ural Mountains and reached the city of Chelyabinsk, and according to Ukrainian Armed Forces reports, appear to have landed and impacted into a major Russian airfield in the northwestern area of the city of Chelyabinsk, and appears to have possibly hit, damaged, or destroyed several Su-57 quote-unquote stealth fighters of the Russian Federation's Air Force. We've also seen that the Ukrainians have announced that they'll be instilling further long-range sanctions, and the Ukrainians have also called Tawap's on fire once again, while the city of Perm is also still burning to the ground from the oil refinery fires which were started yesterday. We have a humongous amount of news to cover today, and these are just the largest stories that we have right now. And we're going to be making sure to get through all of this, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. But before we get to that, we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment right now live on air. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so let's start off the live stream tonight by doing a quick look at Flight Radar 24, because right now we're seeing a very large-scale U.S. Air Force airlift currently underway. It's been going on all day long, and it appears to be a pretty ramped-up flights, cargo flights, coming from Europe to the Middle East, and it's believed to be shuttling munitions and air defense systems back to the Gulf states and also back to Israel. We'll get to this in just a minute, but today the U.S. State Department approved about $1 billion in arms sales to Israel alone for several different weapon systems. And they've also approved other packages, and they've bypassed Congress yet again to rush air defense missiles to the Middle East. And it's believed right now that this is the early stage of preparations for the war to begin once again. So we don't know what's going to be this weekend that the war restarts, but this is a pretty big sign that they're trying to shore up defenses before the hostilities kick back off again. So it's likely scheduled, but we simply don't know what day that's going to be. But take a look though at the flights here. It looks like there's quite a few.
There is a significant amount of them that we're actually seeing right here within Europe, and we're also seeing once again another large wave of them heading out from the United States of America, including another C-5 Galaxy, which has left Portsmouth within New Hampshire and is currently on its way back over the Atlantic. We can also see another C-17 that took off from Bangor, Maine, and a couple of other aircraft as well that are returning back from Europe and into the United States of America, with several others, which we can also see here, taking off from Ocala, Florida, and heading on their way over into Europe at this moment. Inside of Europe and CENTCOM's area of responsibility, we are seeing significant flights at this moment, which are suggesting that replenishment and also more so sustainment operations may be prepared or being prepared at this moment for future combat operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran. To name out a couple of these flights, which we're currently tracking right now on air, and to state where they have been and what they may be operating for or supplying units of, we have seen that this one particular aircraft right here, RCH-466, has actually took off from the Incirlik airbase near to Adana in Turkey. This airbase has been somewhat important in prior operations by the United States Armed Forces and those of NATO forces in general, or coalition forces that have been involved in the conflict, including Turkish air defenses, as we did see that in the prior conflict, the United States Air Force did use Incirlik airbase to be able to launch F-15s and F-16s to be able to conduct combat operations and sorties over western Iran, meaning that this base may be seeing a replenishment of its conventional ordnances mounted onto these F-15s and F-16s to make sure that they're able to continue their air-to-ground operations and suppression of enemy air defense operations as their opening actions in a future conflict. We've also additionally seen flights that have been flying towards the area of what would appear to be the Avda Air Base in southern Israel. We don't have exact tracking data of where this aircraft went in Israel. Its transponder turned off here within the middle of the Negev desert, but the Avda Air Base is just a little bit south of this, and this may have been an attempt to line up for a final approach on that runway and land there. We do know that a squadron of F-22s and several other squadrons of unknown types of aircraft are based at the Avda Air Base, which you can see right here, and we would understand that they may be rearming them with air-to-air missiles and other forms of weapon systems to be able to try and give a little bit of an extra oomph to the coalition air defenses within the region once the shooting conflict begins once over. It seems that that's a high likelihood at this point, and so most of these operations are mostly trying to build up the ordnance necessary for us to be able to sustain those opening operations and then see that this airlift continues to sustain those sorts of operations. We've also seen an additional flight as well. This one is incredibly important, that that has taken off from the Muwafaq Salti airbase within the area of central Jordan. This airbase is incredibly important to U.S. air operations within the region, as we do understand that a large amount of A-10 Warthogs, F-15E Strike Eagles, F-16s, and also possibly some F-35s have been based at the Muwafaq Salti airbase inside of Jordan. All of these aircraft can be involved in air-to-ground operations, which is once again showing that they may be sending in ordnance like laser-guided munitions, dumb bombs, and a wide variety of other sorts of ordnance to be able to make sure that these aircraft can be kitted out for their next combat air operations over Iran and be able to carry those out and sustain those operations until airlifts are able to resupply them once again once the conflict is underway for the second time over. But all of these flights definitely are suggesting that the U.S. is rearming and resupplying our combat aviation forces that are currently within the area of all different roles and varieties to make sure that they'll be ready for the second phase of the war, which we're expecting is still going to be coming up quite soon. We don't know exactly when, but we're very sure it's going to be on either this weekend that's coming up tomorrow or the weekends to follow after that. So a huge thanks to Enforcer Matt for sharing that breaking news with us, and of course giving you a little bit of an up-to-date look and a little bit of an analysis and detail of what exactly these flights are doing and what they're planning to achieve with these airlifts that are currently ongoing at the moment. But it is time for us, with that breaking news out of the way, to move on into all of the major news that we have for the night. Breaking news, that is, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into those smaller stories throughout the night. With that in mind, we are going to be moving immediately into the capital of Tehran, as in the midst, or largely the scene, of these airlifts that currently are being conducted within the entirety of the Middle East by the United States Air Force, we have seen that a very interesting incident has been occurring over Tehran at this moment. Inside the city of Tehran, reports have emerged once again from eyewitnesses that drones of an unknown type have been seen over the city of Tehran, and not long afterwards, we did get reports of explosions throughout the city in western Tehran, which we were actually able to see one of these smoke plumes rising right here. This came out a little bit earlier on in the morning, about 16 hours ago. This is suggesting to us that there is possibly a correlation between the drones being seen over Tehran and also the explosions, although that might be a bit of a jump, and it might just be coincidental timing that explosions are happening inside of Tehran, which have happened intermittently before without any combatant activities happening over the city, and this may, or it may be correlated directly to the drones and may be showing that some sort of attempted precision strikes are being conducted by drones of an unknown force or an unknown group. It's a little bit unclear at the moment, but the fact that these explosions are happening almost in time with the arrival of these drones is leading a lot of people to question what exactly is going on over the city. It is obvious, however, with the arrival of drones flying over the capital of Tehran for several days now in a row, it's very clear that some sort of reconnaissance and intelligence gathering operation is underway by somebody, but who exactly is up in the air. We do know that it would definitely be the United States or Israel that would be flying these drones over Tehran and trying to get a good look at what type of targets they're going to be hitting here in the near future, but amongst those two forces, it's impossible to be able to discern whether they're Israeli drones or whether they're American drones, but it's definitely one or the other. This is also showing us that there is preparation at this moment to be able to prepare for additional strikes on the city of Tehran, and this may also be showing that when the second phase of the conflict begins, there will be a heavy emphasis once again put on bombarding targets within the capital of Tehran instead of focusing primarily on the Iranian forces that are blockading the Strait of Hormuz, which may be another major strategic blunder if that sort of a decision is made and that sort of a battle plan is executed. However, it does appear that there is still major reconnaissance activity happening in that area during this time. Additionally, we also heard of smoke rising in the city of Qom, about 80 miles south of Tehran, in this video right here, taken a couple of hours before the last one that we just saw, which is also showing us
It's really weird. It's like all this is happening all at once. I could really see the argument that maybe these were simply just fires that broke out randomly in these cities. But the catch is, though, they're all happening within just hours of each other, and also it's happening around the same time that the drones were spotted. So it's a weird correlation between the two. So it seems like it could be connected, but it's hard to tell. They didn't get a video of anything actually making impact with the ground.
And we didn't really see, we also didn't get any video recordings either, folks, of any explosions or the sound of a whooshing munition flying in to hit a target. We didn't really hear any of that, so these explosions may just be coincidental, or they may be conducted by ground operatives, or they may just be pure accidents. It may just be something that's happening on the ground that is just what it is, I guess is the best way to explain it, where there's little explosions and fires that are being caused throughout the area, but we also believe that that's highly unlikely. This kind of stuff happened right before the war began in late February, a couple of months back, and we generally attributed most of those actions at the time, and also knew after the fact, that they were most likely CIA or Mossad activities that were being conducted on the ground against specific targets within major cities. There was also quite an odd occurrence, speaking of this, that happened in the midst of the smoke and fires in Tehran and Qom, that happened on the highway between Tehran and Tabriz on Motorway 2 in the city of Zanjan, as the IRGC reported that a major explosion killed 14 members today in a IRGC facility in Zanjan. We actually don't know exactly what that is or why that happened, and we didn't really see any picture or video evidence corroborating that story, but it is a rather interesting one, and we don't know if that was some sort of an accidental explosion or whether that was something conducted by operatives on the ground or a drone strike. We're not entirely sure. But at the moment, I do want to make it clear to everyone that neither Israel or the United States has acknowledged or announced that they are once again conducting combatant operations. So at the moment, this is not any sort of strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran that are already starting by the U.S. or Israeli forces. This is somewhere within a gray area, and that really leads us into the question that all of y'all have been asked at this moment. What is this exactly? The presence of the drones and everything else that has followed the arrival of the drones over the skies of Tehran that we've just reported on right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so for the second day in a row, we're seeing military drones being spotted over Tehran, and not just over Tehran, but also the city of Qom as well, and some other places too that sadly we don't have video of right now. But we're also seeing in one of those cities that explosions were also seen as well. We've seen fires also breaking out, but it's unclear if the drones were the cause of those fires in the ground. That's not clear at this point. But what do you think is going on? 32% said it sounds like early strikes on Iran, while 56% said it's probably just the U.S. and Israel collecting intelligence again, and 6% said it sounds like a false alarm situation. So we briefly went over this idea last night. The first time the war got started, back in late February, the Iranians were getting very trigger happy. They were firing at stuff that wasn't even in the sky. They were pretty much losing their shit for the most part, and they were getting very paranoid because they believed that they were seeing stuff that wasn't there because they were so worried about the U.S. attacks that were about to happen on their territory. So it's very possible it is a false alarm situation, but it's happened 2 days in a row, and that to me indicates there likely is something going on here, but I would say it's a combination of the drones collecting intelligence and also on the ground, it could be some sort of Mossad operation because we also saw that right before the airstrike started taking place when the war first got started. We saw targeted attacks happening on the ground and also fires and explosions breaking out all over the place inside of Tehran. So this is following a very similar path that we saw when the war first got kicked off. Very similar. So I would say it seems like it's coming back around, and this is simply the precursor to it. But Enforcer, what say you?
This certainly does appear to be preliminary actions to resume the war against Iran in direct strikes, because a lot of these actions, like Matthew was saying, are identical to the ones that we saw before the major strikes that started on the 28th of February this year. A lot of drone reconnaissance is present within the area. The Iranians are largely acting out in bouts of fear, just firing air defenses wildly into the air, hoping to hit something. There's random explosions and fires that are breaking out in major cities near to strategic targets. It's pretty much an absolute repeat of everything that happened in mid to late February, right before the strikes began on the Iranians by the U.S. and Israel. This would lead me to believe that we're definitely seeing a resumption of combat activities at some point here in the near future, but the big question is when. And while I cannot tell y'all exactly when that would happen, we can be guaranteed that it is going to happen on a weekend. The U.S. government is wildly fearful of causing any significant market disruptions, and the United States military also prefers to open up their actions, usually with nighttime attacks. We have very rarely seen early morning attacks that have been conducted, and the only time that we saw that was in the early morning hours of the 28th of February, when a large amount of Tomahawk cruise missiles in the dozens started to fly into Tehran, and the Israelis also started their strikes on Khamenei inside of the meeting that was being held in central Tehran, where he would end up dying from the U.S. and Israeli strikes. That was the only time in the entirety of the conflict that we confirmed that the U.S. had conducted any form of daytime strikes. Outside of that, All of our strikes were largely conducted in nighttime, and there was limited military activity conducted during the day, but mostly at night. So we would believe that with the resumption of strikes coming here within the near future, it's definitely going to be happening at night. And for that to happen here in the United States, that has to happen in the afternoon hours here within most of America, meaning that the stock market would be open because the stock market closes at 5 p.m. Eastern time, and to be able to strike Iran at the early morning hours when it's still dark, the stock market would still be open here in America. So they are definitely going to be conducting strikes over the weekend at some point because they aren't going to threaten a significant market disruption or a possible market panic because they're starting the strikes in the middle of open trading hours. So we can guarantee definitely happening on a weekend. Which weekend, we can't really get that detailed because I'm sure the U.S. government doesn't even know that right now.
Yeah, and also I'm beginning to think it might not be this weekend. It might not be Saturday and Sunday because today, like I just mentioned at the beginning of the stream, the U.S. Administration, they simply just decided today to go ahead and push forward this brand new munitions package for the Gulf states and Israel, which is worth a hell of a lot of money, by the way. It's a lot of munitions heading to the Middle East right now, and we presume that those cargo flights are taking it there that we're seeing on Flight Radar 24. Those have to get put in place first because if Iran starts attacking, right now, and the Gulf states don't have enough interceptors, and Israel doesn't either, then they could be in a worse position than they were before the ceasefire was agreed to. So it might take the weekend to at least get those munitions into place, which is why I'm starting to sort of let go of the idea that it might happen this weekend. I think it might be possible the next weekend, or maybe it could be a surprise weekday attack, but that would be kind of unusual for this administration.
I would have to say it certainly would be unusual, and I think that they're going to once again like the common trend that we've gotten folks over the current administration is that if something could happen this weekend, it's probably going to happen 2 weekends from then, because they're fairly slow to make any decisions or react to anything. I mean, as far as the reactions go, it's wildly slow. When you would usually expect something to happen at this day, at this moment, because it would line up perfectly to do that, they then wait a couple of more weeks and then jump on that decision or that choice at that point. So it might happen a couple of weekends from now, but it's definitely going to be happening on a weekend. I think that both Matthew and me are well in agreement on that one because we even see right now with the current statements coming out from the U.S. government that they heavily consider whether the market is open and trading or not when they make statements. When the market's closed, everything in Iran's going to get blown up. When the market's open, peace is on the table and everything's about to end real soon, and it's roses and lilacs and it smells like easy like Sunday morning and all, and it's all these great statements, but then right when the market closes, everything in Iran's going to burn in a hellfire. So clearly, they're going to wait for the weekend to strike. Even their statements suggest that. But moving us on out of those developments inside of Tehran, we've also been able to hear of other developments from the Iranian government today. Apparently, Flipper is going to be working on the side of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as Iran has reportedly started to consider the deployment of mine-carrying dolphins against U.S. warships in the Strait of Hormuz.
That's a little bit insane, isn't it? I mean, that's kind of wild right there. Using dolphins for that. I mean, isn't this out of like a James Bond movie or something? They were using dolphins for some type of task in that movie or something like that. It's also, I'm like, doesn't Iran still have their drone boats? Like, why are they resorting to dolphins?
It's a good question. I really don't know why. They do have the fast attack boats, by the way. They still have loads of those. Most of them are still intact. But apparently they're going to be using dolphins. I'm trying to figure out how to even explain this one to be able to try and conduct attacks on U.S. warships. And this isn't something that's straight out of fiction. Like, they has been talked about in the James Bond stories a little bit, but the United States Navy, and also the Russian Navy, which is something that's not really talked about a lot publicly, actually has animal training programs where the United States Navy and the Russian Navy at prior times, and I believe both are still kind of doing it to this day, have trained dolphins and other forms of marine mammals to be able to conduct reconnaissance missions for us. Usually that involves putting a harness on the dolphin and training it to go to a specific location and surface, and of course surface to breathe, and while it's breathing, a camera that's equipped onto the harness snaps a picture while it's briefly above the water to be able to get an idea of exactly what's in a port. Generally, that's not used a lot these days, especially by the United States. We have satellites that can do that at this point. But we do know that the Russians are still training beluga whales to be able to try and do that very same sort of reconnaissance operation.
I wonder if Russia put them onto this new strategy, possibly. Maybe. I remember that whole controversy with the Russians. They were training those whales to like go up to the coast and do spy work on behalf of the FSB inside of Russia. I can't remember. Didn't one of those whales get like taken out or something? They washed up somewhere, I think.
There was one that actually apparently broke free and just didn't really, it wasn't really trained well enough, or it just didn't like the training, and it would hang around in like Norway and Sweden, and everybody kind of knew about it. And then apparently someone did a drive-by on the poor thing and killed it, but it wasn't involved in any actual spying. Like, it had apparently just broken free and just decided to live on its own without returning back to its handlers. That's the one that we know of, and that's largely what confirmed that the Russians are still using those, because when they found it the first time, I believe near Sweden, it actually still had its harness on it just without the camera.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's just I don't understand the whole thing. Also, by the way, not to mention it's absolutely sicko to like use animals like that, knowing that they're going to get probably maimed in the process. That's absolutely evil, to say the least. But I don't understand. It's like there's all this technology that everybody has these days. There's drone boats. There's aerial drones. Why are they using animals? Like, I don't understand why they'd be doing that. Also, it's like you can't guarantee the animal is going to do what you want it to do. Training an animal is unpredictable. I mean, these are wild animals that they're trying to train to do something, and not only train to do something, but it's a one-way trip that the Iranians are trying to send these dolphins on. So I mean, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, so apparently from what we know on the Iranian side, they would be trained in a very similar way to look at boats as friendly and to go up to them. But instead of them carrying a camera, they're going to strap them up with explosives. And apparently we're going to have jihadist dolphins patrolling the Strait of Hormuz at some point if they can get that to work. Problem with it is, folks, is that if they didn't already have a program like this to be able to try and work towards getting a dolphin to, blow up near a boat, it's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, they might be able to do that over the next couple of years, but training these sorts of marine mammals to do something like this usually takes a pretty long amount of time. This isn't something that you can just train them to do, like making a dog sit or roll over or anything. This could take weeks, months, sometimes even years from what we know, and it's a pretty depraved sort of a concept, just using an animal like that. Funnily enough, there was a time where the Soviet Union tried to do that with dogs in the Second World War, and they would train the dogs, of course equipped with bomb satchels on them, to run under tanks and then explode. And generally the idea was that they would be able to use them as a living mine that would be able to run under a German tank and blow up. Problem is that the Soviets trained them on Russian tanks on the training field, and so when they actually released these dogs into combat, they would actually go and run under a Soviet tank instead and then go blow up under them. So kind of a little bit of a morbid karma in a way, that the Russians were trying to use the dogs to blow up German tanks, and they ended up blowing up their own Soviet tanks instead, but a very similar form of animal cruelty, a lot like what we're hearing the Iranians suggest right now. Still, with that crazy statement coming out, the United States has also been making statements of its own on the situation over the day. And just to cover everything that's affected the Middle East, we have heard, starting with our first statements today and then working our way towards the most recent ones, that according to the President of the United States, who was asked today about the U.S. inventory of bombs and missiles, we have more than we've ever had actually. We have more than double what we had when this war started.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Excuse me here. I think munitions are a consumable. So if you consume a lot of them, and also we give a lot of them away to the Gulf states and Israel, and then the U.S. also has to use a ton of them, how can we have more if we just got done using them? We should have less.
That's how it will work in real life. But apparently, according to the president, without us ramping up munitions production hardly at all, and I mean, I do have to say this, over the past 2 months, munitions production has increased in the United States by a couple of percentile points. I think it's like something like 1 to 2% compared to what it was for the last 6 months before the war started. But that is nowhere close to even replenishing the expenditures that we had in the war so far, much less doubling the number of munitions that we have in the entirety of the U.S. arsenal. It's physically impossible. And I see someone saying,
also, real quick, I don't mean to interrupt, but why is the U.S. government meeting with all these top defense officials, these defense manufacturers here in America? Why are we meeting with them and offering to give them a whole bunch of money to start ramping up production if we have more than we had to begin with? It's like we need to ramp the production down. If we have more than we started with and we've been using the hell out of it, then apparently we don't have a supply problem. So why are we trying to get the defense officials to start making more?
I don't even know. It doesn't make any sense. And I see some people saying, well, maybe we pulled them out of NATO. Well, we can't just steal bombs and missiles out of allied NATO countries and just throw them back in the U.S. military. That doesn't work. And on top of that, this statement was made as an across-the-board statement, which means that it's factoring in all of the munitions and missiles that the U.S. has around the entirety of the world. Now, generally how that works in procurement and supply is that if you have 1,000 missiles in Germany, and then you divert those to CENTCOM, that doesn't mean that the U.S. magically now has double the amount of bombs and missiles that they had starting the war in Iran. That just means that 1,000 of them that were in Europe have been moved to CENTCOM. That doesn't mean that the number of bombs and missiles has physically increased by 200%. That just means that the number that we still had left had been shifted around. This statement appears to have been a completely fictitious one, because we've seen nothing from domestic production figures, or information for that matter, that's come out over the past 2 months to suggest that not only would the U.S. be able to replenish all of the expended ordnance that we fired upon the Iranians, but also replenish it to a factor of 200%, that would be completely unrealistic. If we had that form of conventional weapons production, then the United States wouldn't be rushing to figure out drone warfare, because we would have more than enough conventional munitions of every variety to deal with whatever threat was coming our way, and we wouldn't even have to worry about our shortcoming with drones, because we'd just be able to build enough Patriot PAC-3 missiles to be able to shoot them down. So,
Yeah,
there you have it.
It's really insane. Like GTA 6 needs to go ahead and release, because we apparently have self-replicating missiles before GTA 6 from the sounds of it. So apparently that's the solution to all of our supply chain problems. Simply use more missiles to gain more missiles. That will solve the whole problem.
Man, honestly, man, this came off like the story, like of the bread and fish. It's like, there's like 2 loaves of bread and 3 fish in the basket, and they feed 2,000 people with it. This is kind of the same story. The U.S. military has like 500 tons of bombs and about 200 tons of missiles, and somehow we fire about all of that over the course of a month and a half, and somehow at the end of it all, we actually have 1,000 tons of missiles now, and then also 400 tons of missiles, and everything just doubled somehow, although we were firing more than we could ever replace during the whole conflict.
Yeah, it's like how hard would it be to simply say this, to simply just say it how it is and say, look, we've used a lot of munitions in the Middle East. That's obvious. Like, I mean, unless you're blind, you'd have to be blind not to see how many missiles have been used in the Middle East. It's a hell of a lot, but we're fixing it though, because like they've been doing, they've been meeting with defense officials and we're getting it under control. Why not just say that, which is the truth, instead of making up this whole fake BS narrative about we have more than we started with? That's clearly not even believable. It's like, I don't get it. Like it's that type of stuff right there. It's not even a necessary lie. Like, you don't even need to say that to make things seem like they're okay. They're trying to tend to it by meeting with defense officials now.
Yeah, and also on top of that, folks, I mean, what is the harm, like just being honest here, with the whole thing of let's be transparent to the public, what's the harm in being transparent in that the war did expend a great deal of our munitions. However, we're doing everything to replenish those stocks as quickly as we can, and while we certainly have enough to be able to go to war with anybody in the world still right now, we're still trying to make sure that we get back up to the munitions levels that we had pre-war. What would be wrong with making that statement? There's nothing harmful in that statement. It's just being truthful instead of just flatly lying about it. And someone's about to say, well, because it's top secret. If you drop 500,000 bombs on Iran, then we clearly do not have 500,000 bombs left in the U.S. arsenal. There's 500,000 that are now gone because they were blown up over Iran, and they have to be replaced. So that's not something like that argument's going to be a pointless one if anyone tries to make that. Additionally, we also were able to hear that apparently, according to some other statements, the president said, I do not agree at all with the new Iranian agreement. I don't think we'll make it. There's too many disagreements. So we've been hearing, of course, over the whole week that they're getting really far and they're going to have an agreement. And we also heard at the very beginning of the week this week that apparently we don't even know who's in charge of the Iranian government, so we're not even going to negotiate with them for now until they get someone in charge. But apparently, in the midst of us not having anyone to talk to and not talking to them, and everything going well, now there is someone to talk to, and everything's not going well. So now the story has once again done another 180 now that the markets have closed this Friday. So that's an interesting one to keep in mind as well. We also were able to hear that the president isn't happy with the Kurds, and this is once again confirming, much like we had been assuming, that the Kurds actually were given guns by the United States of America to smuggle into Iran, and instead of the Kurds doing that, they just took them and disappeared. So we don't really know
Oh,
what the Kurds did with the
jeez.
guns, but apparently they got pretty unhappy about how their fellow Kurds were treated in northeastern Syria by us, and decided to return the favor by screwing us over after we screwed them over in Syria.
I'm surprised that the president hadn't said more about that because I mean, it's been publicized. Like we've heard about that for a while. That apparently the Kurds just kept the weapons that we gave them, which is quite wild, by the way. They literally just finessed the United States government for weapons, apparently, which is kind of embarrassing to a certain degree. But they've been pretty quiet about this. Like this is one of the very few times they've actually mentioned anything about this directly, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I gotta say, some people are gonna be pretty angry about that. And I have to say it is a little frustrating, but I do have to give you a little bit of a background that happened literally just like a couple of months ago, before this whole thing started with Iran. That happened to the Kurds. When Jelani's government, which is a dictatorship, started their armed offensive into Kurdish-controlled territory in northeastern Syria, which was U.S.-backed and allied at the time, the United States completely dropped any alliance or obligations that we had with the Kurds in that area, and literally, according to the Kurds themselves, started to cuss them out when the Kurds would be like, please, you've got to help us. This guy is steamrolling us. We know that you'll have some good relations with him. Please beg him to stop, or at least help us to stop him, because we've been your allies for about 10 years in the Syrian civil war. Our people have bled and died all over northeastern Syria to be able to stop the spread of ISIS, the spread of Jelani and the Russian forces in this region, and everyone else. You've got to help us. And the U.S. literally told them, shut up, we don't give a shit, and y'all are going to get steamrolled, and that's just going to be the end of it, and we're not even going to help you. So when the Kurds in that area were collapsing, which these were the Syrian Kurds, they did, and we knew this at the time and reported on it, they communicated to the Iraqi Kurds just across the border in northern Iraq that the U.S. government cannot be trusted, the U.S. government is screwing them over, and don't do anything where you put your lives on the line for the United States, because they're just going to end up screwing you over like they did to the Syrian Kurds in northeast Syria. And apparently the Iraqi Kurds took that to heart. We actually did assume that that would happen at some point in the future. We said, that's probably a blown allyship that we have with them at this point. Probably not best to count on them in the future, because we really sour the relationship because of how we treated them in Syria. And it turns out that that was exactly the case. We gave them weapons and told them, why don't you go and give those to the Iranians so that they can rise up against the government, and apparently had some plan at the very early part of the war to where the Kurds would begin a ground offensive, probably with significant losses, to start pushing into Iraq on the border and tie up a lot of their ground forces. And they decided to take the guns, not give them to the Iranians, and just disperse them amongst their own people, and not conduct the ground invasion either, pretty much leaving us completely high and dry after we left them high and dry in Syria, which is the age-old lesson that we always say on this channel. If you want your allies to be there when you need them, you've got to be there for your allies when they need you. So clearly that's already showing that on a very small scale with the Kurds, and once again, that's why it's very important for the United States to remember its foreign policy position with our other allies in Europe, East Asia, and the Middle East, because if we don't and we continue to treat them like garbage, they could end up trying to do the very same thing back to us at some point in the future if they get extremely tired of it like the Kurds did. However, we also were able to hear additionally that the blockade has apparently cost the Iranians at this point, according to Axios, 4.8 billion US dollars over the course of a couple of weeks.
That cost Iran 4.8 billion, or it cost the U.S. Navy 4.8 billion?
It cost Iran 4.8 billion.
Oh wow! And you said it was over a course of weeks.
A couple of weeks, yeah. Man, it's earnest gains, Matthew. We only have to keep this up for about 2 years at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure if that's enough to ding Iran economy or not at this point. I'm not really sure.
So this would be about. That's actually pretty bad. This would be about a little bit over 1% of their GDP. This would be kind of getting towards like 1.5% of their GDP in damages over about the past 2.5 to 3 weeks from the current blockade. So at this rate, it would take us about a couple of years to actually be able to see the Iranians economically fold under this type of pressure, because, crazily enough, it's actually not putting that much pressure on them, at least economically from what we're hearing right now. Once again, showing that the blockade, which is a passive action against Iran, is not going to be as effective as a direct action against Iran, or an aggressive action, which would be militarily reopening the strait, which would lead to much more beneficial results at this point in time than just sitting around and watching watching the U.S. economy crumble while we're also trying to wait for theirs to eventually crumble as well. We were also able to hear that the president stated today that we will not leave early, and we have the problem arise again. Now stating that the U.S. won't be leaving the Middle East anytime soon, or at least the conflict against Iran anytime soon, and they're going to continue this thing until they eventually see a conclusion that the government is happy with at this point. So right now, a lot of people are talking about the negotiations with the Iranians falling apart, according to the words of the president, and the president also warning that they could just go in and finish the job. And a lot of people are wondering what is going to be happening as a result of that. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so they've said the inevitable. We've seen this for a long time coming. Most people here on the channel have seen this for ages. But the U.S. said today that the Iran negotiations have fallen apart. I know you are shocked, but please contain your excitement. They're also warning of finishing the job too. So what should happen, in your opinion? 38%, the most popular option here. They say decimate Iran into submission. 33% said launch an operation to reopen Hormuz. 16% said the U.S. should target the Iran hardline leadership, and 13% were unsure and undecided. So it sounds to me like this is basically the floodgates being open right here for a resumption of the conflict. This is the narrative starting once again to justify going back to attacks on Iran, which in my opinion are necessary at this point because the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Iran still has their nuclear stuff. They're not giving it up, and they're refusing to give it up. And the U.S. is claiming that there's no unified government anymore, which is worse than we started with because there was a unified government to start with. Granted, it was a very extreme one, but it was unified at least. Now we apparently have multiple factions who want to control the government, and there's like an internal power struggle, and we don't even know who's in charge. So that's arguably worse. So what should happen at this point? Honestly, they should probably launch an operation to reopen Hormuz because the main problem right now with this entire situation is the economic situation globally. If we can get that under control, it really won't matter how long the Iran war takes. As long as we can get a grip and get leverage over the Strait of Hormuz again, we should be able to get the situation stabilized, at least temporarily, while they find out what they're going to do about Iran and their crazy regime. So I'm with the 32%. They probably need to look at something involving Hormuz, like maybe possibly going through the strait with the U.S. Navy, maybe trying to invade maybe an island to take control of the strait or something like that. They need to look into that. So I'm with the 32%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I'm generally with the 38%. Or the 32%. Sorry, correction, folks. I just looked at the poll options there, and I was thinking, yeah, decimate, that's pretty much in line of clearing the Strait of Hormuz. But to be specific, I'd actually be with the 32%. We need to reopen the Hormuz. Everything else can wait. The Hormuz cannot. We've said that time and time again on the channel for months. We even said that before the war started. Every single piece of military literature out there about the Iranians makes it incredibly clear that this is the battlefield. That is where the war will be won or lost by us, because economically, the Iranians will destroy this country if we let them to continue to control the Strait of Hormuz. They will largely be able, in effect, to significantly weaken our entire sphere and possibly even fracture it to the point that they were able to defeat us globally just in a tiny little bathtub's area of water. We can't allow them to keep doing that. There is no sense in letting that happen. And before anyone even says, well, Enforcer, the U.S. military can't do anything about the Strait of Hormuz. How do you know? How do I know? They haven't even tried. So why in the world even say that they can't do it when we haven't even tried yet? That would be like saying, well, Mr. President, the Union Army of the Potomac could never beat Lee's forces at the Battle of Gettysburg. They're just too strong, and they're literally just north of Washington. They're threatening the city. How the hell do they know if they can beat Lee's Army of Northern Virginia if they haven't even engaged them in battle yet and fought them at Gettysburg? A battle has to be fought, and whether you win it or lose it, that's not the question. It's whether that battle must be fought, and that battle has to be fought. If we lose it, then we'll have to figure out where to go from there, and then our situation might not be that good. If we win it, then everything's in our hands. The entire war is going to be fought at our pace from that point on. There's no pressure on us. There's no pressure on our allies. And we can continue the war with Iran until we reach the conclusion that we're actually looking for. Because at that point, they won't be able to resist any way that would damage us. What would they do? Send up their F-4 Phantoms to get shot down by the U.S. Air Force? That's not going to do anything. What are they going to do? Stand around at the IRGC bases and wait for a JDAM to slam into them and wipe them out in the hundreds? That's not going to do them any good. Are the Iranian leaders going to keep running around through tunnel complexes in their country, and every once in a while when they relocate, we get lucky and hit one and blow them away? They would not be in a position at that point to have any hand to be maximalist. They would have to start meeting our demands at some point. Otherwise, they're just going to keep getting bombed for years by U.S. forces, and it won't go anywhere for them.
Yeah, and also I see some people saying, well, guys, you're saying to an operation to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Like, what do you mean by that? It's not really such a thing. Well, there is a way to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It's very complicated. I'm not trying to make it seem like it's not complicated, because it is highly complex, to say the least. It's gotten to the point where you gotta get a lot of people together thinking 24/7 about it. It's gotten that complex at this point. It's going to require a lot of planning, which is something that so far we've not really seen. But hopefully they change that in the near future. But the main threats right now in the Strait of Hormuz is, number one, it's the drone boats and the fast attack boats that are literally housed right there in the coast off the Strait of Hormuz. They're right there. The reason why they have not been hit, like we've been over several times already, is they're in hardened shelters right off the coast. So if the U.S. tries to drop munitions on it, they're going to have a very hard time breaking through the reinforcements of those hardened shelters to destroy the drone boats and also the fast attack boats. And you might notice they still have plenty of them. Those are not destroyed. Unlike what the U.S. is claiming they're destroyed, they are not. We just saw a whole bunch of them just about a week and a half ago going through the Strait of Hormuz, allegedly dropping more mines in the Strait of Hormuz. And it was a lot. We had the satellite image from that from a week and a half ago, and they are still out there. And that's a huge problem, because those ships can hijack commercial ships, which is a big problem. That keeps the Strait of Hormuz closed. They can also drop the mines, and they can also launch attacks on the U.S. Navy vessels too, because with bigger numbers of these small crappy boats, they can overwhelm a U.S. Navy destroyer possibly, because there's so many of these boats running around. So that's a big problem. Also, the coastal TEL missile launchers, that's another problem as well. The U.S. Did take out quite a few of those, but they didn't take them all out. And one simple missile going toward a destroyer, or maybe two possibly, there's always a possibility that one of those could make it through, and then we have a U.S. destroyer sinking in the Strait of Hormuz, which is going to be awful, to say the least. So they got to deal mainly with the coastal defenses. That's what they have to find a way to deal with. I'm not totally sure how they're going to do that, but they have to find a way to destroy the fast attack boats and the drone boats, and that's the key to the whole situation at this point.
There's a couple of ways that we could deal with reopening the Strait of Hormuz. There are a couple of limiting factors, and here's the facts on those limiting factors right now. Most Iranian forces along the coast that are projecting direct fire on ships that attempt to pass are usually within some form of a hardened shelter, meaning that direct strikes on those targets may not be successful, and while they may be reduced in their ability to react during a short period of time, they would still be operational at some point in the future. The minefield that currently exists inside of the Strait of Hormuz will take a good amount of time to be able to clear, most likely months according to the Department of Defense, meaning that is an existent threat that will exist throughout the entirety of the operation and well after the operation is over, meaning that we would then have to divert all shipping traffic through the Iranian toll booth. But then that necessitates, off of that fact, something that we'll get to here in a second to start breaking down the war plans. But another thing that's also important to remember is that the Iranians do have dozens, if not hundreds, of these little fast attack boats that could threaten shipping at any point if they're left undefended. So, here are the couple of war plans that we have right now, and I'm going to go through them with the quickest results first, and then the slowest results last, and there's going to be 3 of them. The quickest result right now would be to conduct some form of an amphibious landing on the islands of Hormuz, Larak, and Qashem, and largely take these under the complete control of U.S. armed forces on the ground. While that largely would see that there would be casualties, it would ensure that the United States would have direct control and physical oversight of the cleared shipping lanes through the Iranian toll booth, and we would be able to control those as U.S.-run shipping lanes and start sending vessels through them. This would also allow us to possibly put anti-drone anti-drone air defenses on these islands, if we have that by this point, or any sort of conventional air defenses on these islands, to once again be able to try and deal with any anti-ship missiles and any anti-ship drones that could be launched into the area. This would be the quickest result and would guarantee that a minimum number of ships would be able to pass through. In the meantime, littoral combat ships could be working day and night with the cover of the U.S. Navy, U.S. Air Force, and U.S. Naval Air Arm to try and clear out the international waterways of the Strait of Hormuz of their mines, and one after the other clear out a few shipping lanes within that area straight through the minefield that those ships could then pass through and then attempt a full clearing over the course of the next several months. A slower option could be a continued air campaign on Iranian coastal forces within this area with a combination of special forces raids to target and destroy the hardened shelters and facilities that exist along the coastline within this area. This would be a little bit slower and would largely not allow us to use the Iranian toll booth lanes to be able to send ships through because we wouldn't directly control them, but eventually we would be able to see that most Iranian facilities that would threaten shipping in the area would be destroyed and that the ships would be able to sail through once again. The last option is that we can continue the blockade and just pray for better days. The strait will remain completely closed into the indefinite future. The economic damage will continue to mount. We will most likely see an economic recession or depression in the United States of America, along with most of our allies, and we will most likely see that the People's Republic of China starts to step in the Middle East to pose themselves as a more reliable security partner than the United States of America, and we will most likely see that along with the growing rift between Europe and the United States, that they completely depart the United States, as there is no strategic or economic benefit in remaining a part of a U.S. sphere of influence at that point, meaning that we just lost our largest trading and military partners in the world as an ally, meaning that that would be the worst case scenario out of the three. Out of those three, I would tell y'all that I would generally go at this point right now with the fastest option, which may involve amphibious landings on the islands around the area of the Strait of Hormuz to be able to open up the Iranian toll booth shipping lanes to shipping traffic and try and make sure that they remain open.
It might be necessary because I'm not very fond of that idea myself personally, because it's still going to involve casualties. Like, it's going to be unavoidable. There are going to be U.S. casualties if they do something like that on the ground. But the alternative is starting to look so ugly that that undesirable option of a ground or an amphibious invasion is starting to look like it might be the only option left at this point, because there's no hope of a deal. I mean, Iran said so many times over, they're not going to release the Strait of Hormuz. So talking to them is not going to fix it. Also, we're already seeing the early stage effects of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, and it's going to decimate the global economy if it stays closed for many more months. And if it gets to that point, we're going to see, countries possibly getting close to collapse as a whole because of this thing having a closure. So the downside of not doing something is probably worse than sitting back and just hoping that it fixes itself.
I would definitely agree. I also saw someone say, and this is always the question that a lot of people want to ask with us, and I've got to just be a little bit brutally honest with everyone here. Someone just asked, which one of those options produces the least amount of U.S. casualties? Well, it would be the third one of just continuing the blockade and praying for better days. Here's the problem with that, though. While we sit back and pray for better days, so that way U.S. forces aren't killed or wounded in the line of duty against the Islamic Republic of Iran, the entire country and our entire sphere of influence that we live off of is collapsing in the background every day. That is going to end up producing far worse results than anything. If we wanted to see that the least amount of lives were lost in any outcome, and we didn't want our poor boys in uniform to lay down their lives to keep this nation free and standing tall the way it has been for 250 years, we could just capitulate to the Chinese tomorrow and allow them to annex the United States of America as an overseas territory. And then you, me, and millions of people will most likely starve to death in the re-education camps that they set up here on our own home soil. That is always an option, and while that directly saves all of our lives by avoiding a war with the Chinese, we all end up dying in the millions later because they set up camps on our own home soil to quote-unquote re-educate us from our capitalist and American tendencies. So generally, whenever you come down the line, there's always going to be someone who's going to suffer or someone who's going to die as a result. The decision is always made to try and decrease the suffering, and that once again necessitates at this point that the armed forces may have to go onto the islands in the Strait of Hormuz because of the blunder that was made earlier. The blunder was made, and now this is a necessary action. If you don't like that fact, maybe you ought to consider that when the next election comes around, that you ought to try and prioritize more competent officials that keep ideas like that in mind, that incompetent decisions made in war planning now could cost lives later, because that's where we're at right here. I mean, there's no other way around that, because if we had dealt with the Strait of Hormuz in the first week of the war, we wouldn't be dealing with this whole issue right now of how many Marines are going to land on those islands and how many of them might die. We wouldn't even have to be asking that question, because we wouldn't even be in such an F-up right now to have to do something like that. So that generally is something that's a little bit unfortunate. And that's also how war works. Mistakes in the past lead to lives being lost in the future. And that's why command and leadership is never a little game to jump around and play with. You always have to think about those long-term consequences and those Marines who are going to be making their families Gold Star families because you messed up the war planning in the first hours of the conflict. That's sadly how it works. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we've also gotten a little bit of more news out of the region. And moving us on out of the area of the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. blockade is still ongoing at this moment, and U.S. Central Command did put out more footage today of Seahawks on board some of the amphibious ready group ships and aircraft carriers continuing to enforce the blockade. And we can see this footage here of another Seahawk taking off from what is most likely USS Abraham Lincoln to be able to conduct interdiction operations within the area of the Gulf of Oman. We can see one of those vessels right here. With that, that's the end of that clip, and moving us on out of that little bit of news, we also were able to hear the United States is approving limited sales of munitions, valued at around $8.6 billion total, to Israel, Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. Most of that is specifically on some form of air defenses that we're seeing right now. And we're starting to see that they're also sending APKWS missiles to be able to try and help defend against incoming drones, as the APKWS is still somewhat expensive. I believe it's about $70,000 per missile, but it's still a lot cheaper than the $300,000 AIM-9 Sidewinder, which was generally our smallest air defense munition that we had seen prior, being used against a several $1,000 drone each and every single time. We also were able to hear that U.S. aircraft were active over the Ural area today, and apparently reportedly intercepted some drones over the area that may have been fired by Iran or Iranian proxies, and we're still trying to get further information on that development. We also were able to see that within Israel and southern Lebanon, the conflict between the two is still continuing, and Hezbollah is continuing to fire rocket barrages into the area of Kiryat Shimona, which is directly along the border with Lebanon. We can see that right here.
Wow! Yo!
We hear the air defense sirens. And
it's crazy that group is like it's still a danger to Israel, but they're firing like, you know, large like rockets. Like they're not missiles necessarily. They're more just like crappy rockets are firing. But they're really picking up the pace of it, it seems.
It does appear that they certainly are picking up the pace. I also saw someone in the chat say something, just to circle back to it and address it. Someone said, Enforcer, it kind of effed up you feel Iranian forces are so much better than ours. I don't know where you got that idea, but it's a little bit better to look at the realities of the situation, like, for example, drone warfare being used against Marines that aren't ready to deal with that, than not. Because sitting there and saying the U.S. forces are the greatest and the grandest, you can march 1,000 guys into sudden death with that kind of a mindset. I mean, that would be a stupid one to take. You've got to actually understand the realities that we're under and factor that into some kind of a war plan, because I'm not really a big fan of having a whole bunch of guys like me that I know getting killed overseas on some island somewhere because we were a little bit too overconfident to say they might have an edge on us in drone warfare. That'd be a pretty stupid one. But anyway, well, I mean, you know, but then again, it's your party. You can vote any way you want, and if you want to see 1,000 of our countrymen die needlessly because we were a little bit too stupid and overconfident like the Russians are, well, then we can do that. But generally, knowing those people, I wouldn't want that to happen to them. But moving on from that, we also were able to see that within southern Lebanon, Hezbollah forces have continued to use FPV drones to a great effect against Israeli defense forces. Here we're actually able to see that more FPV drones have been used to attack Merkava Mark IVs and other forms of armored vehicles throughout the area. We could see that impact there. We're not really sure. Well, actually, that appears to have been effective, because we can actually see that the Merkava is having a cook-off at the moment, and it's ammunition-ready storage at the rear of the turret. Oh,
it's bad stuff. This was a FPV drone that did this again?
Yes, this was an FPV drone.
Yikes. Yeah, that's bad stuff right there. I mean, we've been trying to warn about that too for a while. Like Ukraine, Russia, they've been fighting the drone war for some time. I mean, we briefly saw drones in other conflicts around the world as well. I mean, pretty much every country around the world is starting to pick it up. But what's fascinating, though, is the countries that really aren't picking it up that well are the United States, Israel, some parts of NATO. It's like I don't know what is up with the West and not being able to adapt quickly to this, but they need to. I'm surprised that Israel hasn't.
It's that same kind of overconfidence and ignorance, like I was just addressing in the chat a moment ago, that sees that this sort of a thing happens. We've watched the war in Ukraine for 4 years, and to be honest with y'all, we've known about this sort of a threat for 6 years, almost the latter part of an entire decade. We've known about this threat since the Nagorno-Karabakh War of 2020, where Azerbaijani forces overwhelmed the Armenians by using FPV drones and other forms of unmanned aerial vehicles to be able to overwhelm their air defenses and then start wiping out their ground forces with these smaller kinds of consumer drones. We've seen that the Ukrainians have turned that into an industrialized meat grinder by wiping out Russians in the tens of thousands a month with their FPV drone forces, and for years we've been putting out the alarm bells on this channel, much like many other open source intelligence channels have been, that this is a tectonic shift in doctrinal warfare from our older obsolete doctrines, and they have to innovate and update to be prepared for this sort of a threat. If you see large amounts of FPV drone forces equipped into any army these days, they are going to wreck the shit out of a conventional one. The US Army, the United States Marines, the United States Navy, even the U.S. Air Force is at a significant threat from these sorts of drone forces. Landing 1,000 Marines on Qasem Island, like some people were just saying, like that would be a cakewalk, is a cakewalk against the Iranians 10 years ago. Right now, it would be an absolute disaster. They are going to get swarmed by FPV drones from the coast. And while that is something that I've factored in, that we would have to try and find some way to deal with and stop to mitigate the casualties, the Marines are going to end up looking like the Russian army in Ukraine if they go in with the kind of doctrine that they have right now. And the military is so damn slow in most Western countries, even including Israel, to innovate because they've gotten into this stupid mindset that many people do, and it leads to the downfall of many militaries and the loss of many wars historically, that they have the greatest fighting force on the planet and there's no reason to innovate because they're on top of the game. That leads to people dying in large numbers and the nation losing a war. That's why we need to see that our military goes into overdrive immediately to address this situation and fix it, and to completely change our fighting doctrine. If we do not, there will be significant losses in the armed forces if we go up against an actual ground war against any adversary that has implemented FPV drones, even at a minimal level at this point. But moving
Yeah,
this,
it's almost like it's almost like a country can get so like complex with like their defense industries and stuff like that that the simple stuff starts to become elusive to defend against. It's a strange like paradox with that, because you would think a country that's as advanced militarily as like Israel and the United States, you would think that they wouldn't have a problem whatsoever with quickly manufacturing some of these crappy drones that they're using and just throwing them at the battlefield. You would think it wouldn't be that hard, but they've gotten so advanced in like these massive systems that are like billion-dollar systems, are highly complex, requires like 1,000 components from like 100 different countries. It's like, it's wild. I mean, it's truly wild to me that we can't adapt to something like a little crappy drone. It's like, it's like, I mean, what are we going to call this? Like, it's like ghetto warfare. It's like it's completely elusive to these countries that have just gotten completely complacent at this point. It's wild, and unfortunately, it looks like Israel's starting to learn that lesson, because it looks like they had to do a tactical withdrawal from parts of Lebanon to get out of that drone range.
And it's continuing to be pretty bad for the forces that remain. They're still getting slammed, and there's basically no defenses that the Israelis have built into any of their armed forces to deal with this. Hezbollah could actually get the upper hand on them on the field at this point and start causing heavy losses and push them out entirely from Lebanon. that's not going to be a good position. And the Israelis have yet to innovate in that regard. And what's even scarier is that that's quite literally the U.S.'s position as well, is that we have hardly innovated in that regard, and we're about as well off as the Israelis are, and we're watching the Israelis get their shit kicked in right now in southern Lebanon by Hezbollah, which is a terrorist force that up until now carried RPGs on the back of goats and fired off an RPG occasionally at the Israelis. Now they're able to knock out Merkava Mark IVs on the regular. This just happened over about the past year. So that is the kind of threat that we could see from the Iranians, which are Hezbollah's supplier, if we go up against them. That's why the doctrine has to change, and our way of fighting has to change.
And also, there's so many warning signs, and they've been there for years. That's why at this point I've kind of gotten irritated with it, because it's not like this is something brand new. Like the Ukraine-Russia war, every single country in the West has been analyzing that war to the umpteenth degree. They've been studying it. They've sent war observers. We've literally had our military guys on the ground watching how they do this. And over the several years that war's been going on, we still haven't made the switch. So I'm like, if Ukraine and Russia made the switch within that 4-year period, then how come we haven't? And we outspend those countries by multiples when it comes to our military budget. And also, not just to go on a rant here, but our guys have to get in gear and like start thinking about this stuff, because we're also having a shipbuilding problem as well. They're currently looking to Japan and some Asian nations to start building our ships, because we don't have a proper shipbuilding industry. On top of that, we don't have a proper drone industry, obviously, either. We're trying to put that together from the ground up right now, which is kind of difficult as we're finding out. And we're behind the curve. We're literally approaching World War III possibly, and we're still behind the curve, and we still haven't made the switch. So, I mean, at some point, people actually have to plan the stuff out, or otherwise we're going to get caught lacking.
The summation of that is that it's the ignorance of a few people who talk really loudly and have an entire crowd of fools that vote for them running the whole country from one party or the other, depending on the season, and none of them know what the hell they're doing, what they're talking about, and then they appoint people into the positions like Secretary of Defense that don't know shit of what they're doing and what needs to be done, and they're just there to collect a check and be a party loyalist. That's why the nation is running into the ground these days, is because we have a whole bunch of fools up there right now running the government, and plenty of fools that vote them in on the left and the right over and over, and they don't know what the hell they're doing on anything. Like, and I'm not talking about domestic politics, I'm talking about foreign policy here. They have hardly kept up the Navy. Most of the Navy ships are 40 years old at this point. We hardly have an ability to build new ones right now. We're having to look at outsourcing it. The Army is working off of this sort of artisanal drone industry at this point of 3D printing them 10 at a time a week. And like that's ever going to keep up any sort of a consistent rate in a conventional war these days. We have the Air Force sitting around, and they're the only ones who are somewhat decent off, at least as far as the Air Force is concerned, but they also have no built-in drone defenses at air bases anymore, which means that we could be open to an Operation Spiderweb happening on our own home soil any day now. The Marine Corps is completely underfunded. They have a cool camo, and then they get basically nothing else, which is ridiculous. And then their entire doctrine at this point on Force Design 2030 is being directed completely towards China instead of working off the global Marine Expeditionary Unit model and then just adapting that to the modern warfare in its environment. And then we're also seeing that it's insane. Like when you put it all together, there needs to be changes. We cannot continue the way that this is going right now. This country is a country that is one of the greatest on the planet, and the way that people are running this country, it's going to end up becoming the worst on the planet probably in the next 60 years.
And just throwing money at the problem is not going to fix it. Like, they're asking for a $1.5 trillion military budget. That's great. It will be probably required if we enter a really bad war, like with China or Russia, et cetera. It's going to be needed, but the money is not going to fix the problem. That's the catch that people aren't getting here. You can throw money at something all day long. If you have people that don't have a proper vision for where it's supposed to go, it's going to be misused. It's going to be basically squandered to a large degree. and wasted on stuff that's not really where we're going. Like, that's the problem. We've seen that over the past few years on multiple different projects. They'll invest in something, a piece of military equipment. It'll turn out later they realize, hey, wait a minute, it looked good on paper, but that's really not what our guys needed. And then they have to scrap it. Then they have to go back to the drawing board. It's like, we can't keep doing that over and over. It's like, we have the test bed right in front of us. Ukraine is a test bed. Like, it's like a test haven. Like, there's all kinds of stuff being tested there. And we should be taking those lessons learned there and simply putting it to use here, because we could probably not increase the military budget to 1.5. We could probably use what we got now. If they would simply get more efficient with how they're using the funds, we could probably have a way more potent military at this point with less money.
Absolutely, we certainly could. And with that, we are going to be moving on into just a few more pieces of news before we move on out of the Middle East, because this area of the world's been going on for quite some while. But before we get on into the little bits of news that we have left in the Middle East, we actually have a question that's been asked of y'all right now about the situation that Israel is finding itself in, which is not at all looking good at this point in southern Lebanon because of Hezbollah's quick implementation of FPV drone forces over the past half year to a year. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So Hezbollah did launch a large rocket attack today on Israel. We saw that in the video. And also, the FPV drones, as you also saw in the videos, are starting to plague the IDF quite badly. And they're hitting their tanks and they're hitting their vehicles. And it looks like the very early stages of the Russia-Ukraine war with the way the FPVs are being brought onto the battlefield. So what are your thoughts on this? 39% said Israel is at risk of being overwhelmed based on this new drone threat. 24% said Israel is slowly adapting and it's going okay. They'll get there eventually, pretty soon. And 25% said Israel's doing totally fine, it's totally normal, and there's no cause for concern. But there is a cause for concern. This FPV drone threat that we're seeing, we saw it pop up in Iraq during the attacks that were happening between Iran and the United States forces. We saw them popping up in Iraq. The Iran proxy groups started using them there, and now it's spread to Lebanon pretty quickly, by the way, which means pretty much all of Iran's proxy groups are probably about to start using FPV drones pretty quickly, which is a massive threat because that's the one blind spot that we have right now in the U.S. military is defending against those types of drones. Also, it seems like the Israelis have that blind spot too. And when those proxy groups detect that weakness, they're probably going to pounce like we're seeing right now. So I would say that Israel, and Israel's not doing good with their friendship with Ukraine right now, which is probably not the best thing to happen because Ukraine is the people that Israel needs to consult with to get up on their drone technology. And right now, the relationship's kind of a little bit rocky. So that's not too great. So I would say Israel will slowly adapt. But in the meantime, though, it is going to be a slog until they can get that situation under control. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it's definitely going to be a slog as well. I would have to do with the 24%. It's not going good for them. They don't really seem to be innovating at all at the moment, because of course, as we all know, the Israeli defense forces are truly the greatest on the planet, and they could never be threatened by the terrorist forces nearby, although they say every day that they are. So there's no reason to innovate because they're truly the greatest. I mean, their tanks have a little camelback in them where they get to sip cool water from a straw. I mean, how much better could they get? I'm being very sarcastic with this, by the way. They're clearly getting beat up pretty badly right now in southern Lebanon, but yet we have not seen them even address that and really say we're starting to fall short on a lot of things, like our air defenses against Iran and the drone forces, or the drone forces in Lebanon, or drone warfare in particular. And Israel just keeps going, we're going to develop the Arrow 3, and we're going to develop this other missile system. It's like, why don't you stop developing missile systems for a damn minute and start working on drone defenses for a moment? Because you got this giant Achilles heel that's wide open in your air defenses right now, where drones can just take you out to the cleaners every day, and you're not addressing that at all, not even one iota. Like, they talk about this iron beam. We've been hearing about the iron beam since 3 years ago. We still haven't seen that thing used yet, and we haven't even seen it deployed yet.
It actually got deployed to the Gulf states, according to a report that came out today.
Yeah, but I mean, that thing's like all over, because they said we're deploying it like in the middle of late 2023, and they never did. And then they said it was deployed a couple of months ago, and it never was. We have never seen proof of this thing in existence, like in actual use. Like, I think there's like a couple of prototype pictures that are out there, but we have never gotten confirmation that thing even exists. And so, like, they could say, yeah, we sent it to the UAE. I don't believe that, because they've never shown verifiable proof like they have with the Iron Dome and all of the other Arrow ballistic missile interceptors appears that it actually is a real system that's fielded yet. So I'm kind of up in the air on that claim by the Israelis. I think they just keep saying that to make it sound like it is out there, when in reality we've seen no proof of the thing even really being out there besides the prototype itself. But with that, we are going to be moving on from that little bit of a news and a discussion, and we've also been able to hear a report from the UK MTO. According to the UK MTO, they received a report of an incident with the IRTC 92 nautical miles southwest of Al Makalla in Yemen. The master of the bulk carrier reported being approached by a skiff with a black hole carrying 7 armed persons. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to the UK MTO while authorities continue to investigate. Now, here's the question, folks. Was that the Somali pirates, or were those the Houthis? Because we actually don't even know who these people are, because there's actually 2 different groups in the same area right now.
Well, can we get like a Google Maps view of where this is, like to get an idea of exactly how far from Somalia this situation is? Let's see.
So it's smack
so it's
dab
way down
right
here?
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, geez, man, that'd be a far way to go for like a little, what do they call those things? Like skiffs, or like not skiffs, but little crappy boats. Those little, there's like a traditional name for them, like the ones that the Somalians use. I can't remember the name of the boat. Do you remember what they're called?
A sampan?
I don't know, but they're the crappy ones that kind of look like a junk. Like it kind of looks like that type of little thing. It's like a little crappy ship that they like use as their like headquarters on the water while they're doing their piracy operations. That's a long way. That's a long way for that crappy thing to go all the way down here. This might be the Houthis.
It might be. I'm not really sure. Honestly, it's about an equal distance from the pirate lands and the Houthi lands. So it could be either one of them. The fact that they were armed, a decent amount of them were armed, all on the same ship, would make you think, well, that kind of could be the pirates, but it could also be the Houthis. They also do the very same thing. So we have no clue who that was. It's just that this whole area has turned into Pirates of the Aden at this point, so we don't know who is who. We just know that there's, armed gangs just wandering around the waters out there. So, keep an eye out, and generally most people aren't even going to pass through because of the risk. But we also were able to hear that the USS Higgins was most likely involved in the Iran war, as we were able to see that Evergreen Intel tracked down its last reported location to be just north of Diego Garcia about 2 months ago, which is suggesting that it may have been involved in some sort of surface combatant operations against the Iranians during the armed phase of the conflict. So we're not entirely sure where it is at this moment while it's being recovered. We do know that the fire ripped through the engine room and the machinery spaces, sending the vessel adrift without power. So we're still trying to figure out exactly where it was, but it looks like it may have been involved in the war against Iran. We also were able to see that within Islamabad, there was also some interesting developments that came out today as well, as the Prime Minister has asked for the President to suspend potential military action at this stage, and this also comes as fuel shortages are now gripping Islamabad. Here's a video showing people lining up at the gas pumps in Islamabad to try and get some fuel now that it's largely run out inside the city. Quite a large group.
This is Islamabad. This is the same place the U.S.-Iran talks were held. It's kind of fascinating that this is the place where they're holding talks. And they're also suffering from the actions of the Iranians, who they're hosting to try to talk with the United States for a diplomatic deal. That's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, really fascinating, honestly. We can see them here in a second about to show everyone trying to get their gas. But once again, pointing out that there's quite literally no fuel at all in Islamabad. Now Pakistan is starting to run dry of fuel as well. As y'all can see, like I've been saying, because a lot of people don't want to believe what we say here on this channel, that the poorer countries are going to get affected first. They're going to run out of fuel because there's physically not enough to go around for everyone to buy. The prices are going to skyrocket for everyone else because they're in a bidding war to get what's left. And we're already starting to see that countries like Pakistan, which are certainly not the wealthiest countries on the planet, are starting to run out of gas. And we're seeing that there's now shortages throughout most of the area. But moving us on out of that news, that is the entire story that's come out of the Middle East today from directly within the area. But before we get on into the rest of our news, which is in East Asia, the Americas, and Europe, and we're about to be moving on into the Americas for some other big news that we've heard today about Cuba, I do want to make sure to take a brief pause for a moment and thank everyone for being here for the first hour and 20 minutes of the show. We are entirely honored and greatly appreciative of so many people watching this channel and considering it to be their primary source of news. We're absolutely honored honored and greatly appreciative of so many people having been here over the course of this night, as we were able to see that a peak of 18,000 people were here, and 91,000 people have watched this show in the first hour and 20 minutes. Before we move on into the rest of the news for the night, I do want to take a brief minute to get to talk to a couple of y'all and answer 3 questions from the chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our first of the 3 super chats here, and then getting right back to our news, is going to go to none other than Tripod. And thank you very much, Tripod, for that $100 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. That is the largest super chat of the night. And Tripod said, thank you guys for all that you do and everything that you provide for information for us. It's always refreshing to have truth in a world filled with deception. From a beautiful day in Williston, North Dakota.
Hey, and a big shout out to you, Tripod, and a humongous thanks to you for that incredible support. And I gotta thank you so much for enjoying the kind of information, analysis, and news that we cover here on the channel, because we try and make sure that it is a well-rounded channel altogether, that we have some jokes, that we have some serious moments where we kind of get up on a pulpit and kind of talk about some things that need to change for the nation's benefit. We try and do everything that we can on this channel to make it an interesting channel, and also one that sticks to our original goals of being in support of American and Western interests. And I gotta thank you massively for that support, because it helps this channel to keep on running, and it helps us to be able to cut through all the crap that you hear from both political sides and state it how it is and what needs to be done to improve the situation. Or if the situation is good, we just report it as it is. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and a big hello to you up there in Williston, North Dakota. What a interesting place North Dakota is. And I wonder where Williston's at. I'm trying to see if it's one of the larger towns. Oh, it's right here. There's Williston, North Dakota. What do you know? And a big shout out to you out there in the plains, I would suppose. I bet it's very flat out there. But a humongous thanks once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also have a super chat here from Music Uploader, who put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Music Uploader, for throwing in that generous support as well once again. And we do appreciate that. And they said, I'm neither left or right. And I always say the only ones I support is family. But I'll be damned if I say listening to a certain U.S. politician say meaningless, repetitive stuff doesn't piss me off. It hurts my ears more than just hurting my wallet. JK, wallet hurts more. I think everybody's wallet's hurting at this point. I saw a poll that came out today that was saying, I can't remember right off the bat, it was like 60 or 70% of Americans say that are struggling to afford basics like groceries and fuel and stuff like that. I can attest to that. I can attest to that to myself. I'm not broke necessarily, obviously. Like we're doing okay, but eventually, like even people that are doing okay are going to start not doing okay once prices start going through the roof for everything. And also, they slap brand new tariffs on automobiles coming from Europe today, which is not great, and that's going to increase everybody's maintenance costs on top of everything else. So that's beautiful. Not really helping very much. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say it's very annoying to hear statements like that. It's been driving us crazy. And it's so goofy how the world works, because something stupid can be said like, what do you mean the sky is blue? It's red. And then if we go, that's a bold-faced lie, it's clearly blue, there's gonna be people in the chat saying, oh, this guy just hates the president. It's like, no, I hate stupidity, really. And so if anyone's stupid, I generally dislike them a great deal. I don't really care who they are and how much of a cult of personality they build around themselves. If they don't have any damn sense, then I'm not really going to be a big fan of it. I wasn't a big fan of the last guy for that reason. Not a big fan of the current guy for that reason. So, I would definitely have to agree with you. It annoys the hell out of me to hear a statement as dumb as, we just expended most of the ordinances in this country against Iran. But that's okay, because now we have double the amount of ordinances, although weapons production hasn't increased at all over the past 2 months, and any significant margin to make that happen. It's just ridiculousness. And but I do have to say, I thank you so much for the support. And I would also have to say, economically, things are getting pretty tough these days. It's getting pretty pricey out there, like Matthew's been saying, a lot of what's been happening today, and it's not getting any better. And people were already having a hard time under the last administration affording things near to the latter part of it, because prices were rising, and then we were met and rewarded for getting through that by prices rising even further than that. Wonderful thing, really. So I got to thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news.
All right, and this one is going to go to none other than Trister1. And thank you very much, Trister, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that very much. He's a longtime channel legend, by the way. He's been around for ages. And Trister said, the whole dolphin situation with sending them out with mines, that is pretty sicko.
It is really sick. I think that using animals for any sort of a military application these days is atrocious. We've moved far beyond that. We don't need to use animals in war like we did 100 years ago in the First World War. Over 100 years ago in the First World War. We no longer need to do anything like that. And I think that is an absolutely sick and appalling sort of a concept. They would look into using dolphins as basically kamikaze attack animals to be able to try and take out a U.S. warship. It's just sickness incarnate, which is usual from the Islamic regime. And one of the reasons why I think that the war was necessary against them is they had conducted that very same sort of mindless brutality and cruelty against their own people and slaughtered 40,000 of them in mid-January. So a huge thanks to you for supporting this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well, Trister. And a huge thanks to you for being here tonight and supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. And a huge thanks to everyone else who has supported the channel tonight, because it is those folks who make this channel possible. And I do have to say this because we have a lot of people here tonight, that this channel and its live streams do not run ads on our streams, and we do not have sponsorships. This channel is entirely funded by our viewers, and it is viewers like Trister, it's viewers like Music Uploader and Tripod and everyone else who supported the channel tonight that actually make the financial gears behind the channel to keep our lights on and pay the bills and do this as a job possible, to be greased, to be able to keep this show running every day. And we've got to thank every single one of them massively, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to make a living doing this, to run this show every day, and y'all wouldn't be able to have a show as a result of that, to be able to come to every day, to watch in the hundreds of thousands, if not the millions, every month. And so a huge thanks to each and every single one of y'all who support once again. Nobody has to support the channel, but the ones who do make this entire thing possible for the millions a month. But with that, we are going to be moving on into the rest of the news that we have for the day. Moving us on out of Europe, the Middle East, we are going to be moving on over and into the Americas. I was trying to think of where we were going to be going, Asia or the Americas. We'll knock out both of them actually at the same time. But moving us on down to Cuba, we have heard today that the United States of America has imposed a fresh round of sanctions on top Cuban officials, entities, persons, or affiliates that support the Cuban regime's security apparatus, according to reports from Bloomberg. We were then able to hear that the United States of America is already planning to go to war with Cuba right after we end the war with Iran. So, once we get done with the war in Iran, which has gone the way it's gone, which I'm sure most people, if not everyone, can agree at this point, that it was a necessary war, but it's been planned and executed so poorly. I think that we've had enough of this current group conducting any wars, and I generally just like them to sit back and, just ride out the rest of their term, so that way they don't end up making any other major mistakes. But now we've been able to hear that the president stated today, on the way back from Iran, we'll have maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. Of course, it's always got to be the biggest, the greatest, or whatever. We'll have that come in. And apparently the idea is that just rolling up the Lincoln next to Cuba is going to make them give up and surrender without a shot being fired. Have they not? Also, by the way, before I even move on from this, because some people are going to say, no, he didn't say that, and those people don't know what they're talking about. If you want to listen to him actually say it, I have the audio here of it, so that you can go and listen to it on the map. The link for the map is in the description below. Just click on that link, go to this map, and then zoom into Cuba, and then get the marker that's in the Straits of Florida to the farthest to the right. Click on that one, you can actually hear the audio clip where he said that word for word. But here's my thing, folks. I'm pretty sure the president said the war in Iran was going to be won in 3 days. We're now 2 months into it, and it's not over yet. Now we're saying that just pulling up the Lincoln alongside Cuba is going to just make them give up without a shot even being fired. What in the world would ever make us think that that would be that easy?
Oh, I hope you're not asking me that question.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking that rhetorically to everybody, because that doesn't make any sense. No war is that easy. Why the hell would they ever give up? Like, they have no military. We all know that. But why in the world would they not try fighting at least at a minimum? Which then makes this a lot more complicated than just pulling up the Lincoln, and now you got to send in ground forces, you got to do counterinsurgency operations in the occupied areas, you have to completely rebuild the government from the ground up, or we're going to do something stupid like we've already done in Venezuela and Iran, and just blow up the most important people in the country, and then pretend like that's changed and fixed the whole situation when it hasn't. I just got to say, it's getting to the point of being asinine at this point. It makes no sense. And especially with the war in Iran, according to polling today, being one of the most unpopular wars in modern American history, why in the hell will we jump from that weakness of the execution of that war, which was a necessary one and has now been conducted so poorly, most people wished we hadn't even done it, even with it being as necessary as it was. Why the hell will we go from that to then starting a war with Cuba that we don't even need right now and probably wouldn't need for years, just for the hell of it?
Well, you see the pattern. Like there is a pattern here, believe it or not. Cuba is the new Greenland because notice they've kind of dropped the whole Greenland thing. That's still like something that's floating around, but they're not really making a big deal about it. Now Cuba is the red herring at this point. That's the one that they keep resorting back to. It's basically, in my opinion, it's basically a distraction to a large degree. But here's the catch, though: you can't say you're going to invade a country, and you also can't say that you're going to simply make a pit stop there and basically, conduct an overthrow of Cuba. You can't make statements like that lightly. The moment we start making statements like that lightly is the moment the United States loses every shred of credibility it's ever got. You can't threaten war like it's just something that's just like, oh, I'm just joshing around. You can't do that. Otherwise, you don't need to be the president. So that's why I think it is. It's simply trying to distract from the Iran situation. They're trying to make it seem like, oh, we got the Iran thing under control. We'll just like pull up to Cuba like Ralph the Curb, and we'll just simply take it over tomorrow. We're all good guys. It's not that way.
Yeah, I'm very certain, and I'm saying this with a bit of sarcasm in it. It is fact that the president said that the war in Iran would be won in 3 days. He stated it on audio recording at a press conference where he said that he called up Starmer in Britain and asked if Britain would join the war. And then Starmer said, well, I mean, on this short notice, I'm still going to need some time because I'm going to have to talk to my cabinet. And then the president said right after that, oh, what do you mean it's going to take a week to get back to us? The war is going to start in 3 days and it's going to be over in 3 days. So by the time y'all join, it's going to be done with. And so the whole concept with Iran is that it was going to be done and over in 3 days. We're going to wipe our hands of that and move on, easy as cake. So that mindset's gotten us into what we're dealing with right now in Iran. So now we're going to use that same mindset against the Cubans, and we're just going to hope that they give up without us even firing a shot. And then at that point, when they don't give up,
what's the justification? What's the justification, man? Like, have you heard a justification? Because technically, yeah, China's got a little rinky-dink building down there that they're doing surveillance. That's probably true. I've seen those reports. Obviously, we don't know the intelligence the U.S. has on it, but they haven't said anything about that specifically. They haven't said, here's the XYZ reason that we need to go start an invasion of a country is because of this. It's like, come on now. It's like we don't even have a justification to even talk about at this point. It's just we're just invading it just because, they're chumps.
Yeah, and generally we usually have some sort of a defensive justification, like they're a threat to our national security, so we have to go to war with them, or they've attacked us. This one's literally just, they've done nothing but screw them, so we're just going to invade them and do something to them. What's the point? Like, some people are going to be like, well, they're communist. Yeah, they're communist. I don't like that. But that doesn't mean that we go to war with them. What threat do they pose to the United States? They're dirt poor. Hardly any of the country has any electricity. Most of them make about a couple of dollars a day in Cuba. There's no military down there. The Chinese have one listening post just west of Havana. And that's it. That's all of Cuba in a nutshell.
Yeah.
What's the point of going to war with that?
And it's like if we're so freaked out by the fact that China has a listening post down in Cuba, then how come we aren't more freaked out that we have companies and also individuals that are buying land around military bases here in the 50 states, like in our country, to allegedly spy on the military? It's like, shouldn't we be more concerned about that? They're literally at the border of the base right there, like when they're doing stuff like that. But yet you barely hear about that. But we don't really need to focus on stuff like that literally under our noses. We need to focus on a foreign country that has one listening post on it instead. It's like, also, by the way, it's like, what's another possible justification? They could say that maybe Russia or China's trying to station missiles in Cuba, but once again, where's the justification? Where's the proof? Like, we don't have any of the proof. Like, they won't show anything. And someone's about to say, well, they don't have to tell you. Well, actually, they do have to tell you. And they also have to tell me, they have to tell every U.S. citizen why the hell we're doing that. Because if we're going to war and we're about to have to fund it as the taxpayer and we're about to have to fight it as the citizen, then we have a right to know why the hell we're going to war with a foreign country. So we do need to know. And right now we don't.
I'll also put it this way, frankly, folks. If an elected official thinks they're too high and mighty to explain anything to the public and they're above the public, then I won't vote for them and they won't even be an elected official anymore. They'll be a common citizen in the public and about as damn stupid as they look when they get voted out by people like me who say, if you think you're a little bit too high and mighty for your britches, then I'll just make sure you're not in that position by not voting for you next time. How about that? That's what I would say. Like this whole stupid concept of an elected official is basically like a elected king at this point, and they look down upon the peasantry and they don't need to explain anything to the peasants writhing in shit. Well, then I'm not going to elect someone like that. That's just the honest truth of it. I'd vote for anyone else rather than that, because I'm not going to sit around for years being damn chastised. Well, basically being patronized, having this current group say that they're most transparent one ever, and then they don't have the ability to explain a damn thing, anything that they do, or make it make sense. Like, I'm not going to be patronized that way. I'm not an idiot. Some people might be, but I'm not. So that's just idiocy at this point. We don't even have a justification publicly for what we're doing with Cuba, much like we didn't have with Venezuela. Like, they did the whole drug dog and pony show until we took Maduro, and then it just immediately flipped to oil. And it's like that was so stupid and patronizing. And on top of that, the other thing is that they're not even the people involved in shipping fentanyl in the United States. Those two groups are in Mexico. And that would be the Jalisco New Generation cartel and the fractured remnants of the Sinaloa. And then we said that they were shipping fentanyl in when they're not. It's just straight cocaine and everything else. So, like, it's just dumb. It's dumb at this point. But anyways, moving us on out of that whole deal, we've also been able to hear up in Washington some other developments as well. Apparently, according to the President of the United States, he said,
Paul.
Oh, Paul. But moving on out of that, a lot of people are talking about the situation with Cuba. I actually thought you were sending me that, Matt, to tell me to get moving on. But a lot of people are currently talking about the situation with Cuba. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
So we almost skipped the poll right here. The channel almost turned into a channel like a king. We said the viewers poll, the viewers vote doesn't matter because guess what? The viewer doesn't get a say. That's why. And also I'm going to post a picture of my face in a minute too, and y'all have to, of course, do the whole bowing thing in a minute. But anyways, though, that aside right there, all that craziness, the U.S. president says that if the USA sent a USS Lincoln aircraft carrier near Cuba, then the Cubans would simply give up. We also have the audio of that, by the way. If everybody wants to hear it, we can play it, but otherwise we're not going to play it just because we don't want to play it. But what are your thoughts? 53% said I disagree. It won't be that easy. 28% said I agree. Cuba is kind of a chump. 10% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I would say that while Cuba's military is quite pitiful, and also it's a collapsing, dilapidated country, we can never rule out the fact that there will always be some type of resistance. And even in countries that generally have very little resources, things can still go sideways, even in countries like that. So it's never that simple just to pull up an aircraft carrier and they start like shaking and they start rattling their teeth like a Scooby-Doo cartoon. It doesn't really work like that. Like the enforcer was mentioning, we kind of should have learned our lesson about that already. It really didn't go that way quite well in Venezuela. Ultimately, we came out of that largely unscathed for the most part, but it could have gone sideways very easily. In Iran, it did go sideways, and we're currently dealing with that right now. So I would say that while Cuba is certainly not a formidable power, we shouldn't just write them off right off the bat. It's probably not smart. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it's not going to be that easy because, the Cubans' response to that could just be, we're not giving up. Do something about it. Then the situation has just become way more complicated than just dropping anchor on their coast. Then we have to get up a whole amphibious landing force, we have to get up a whole damn air operation, and then we have to bomb their country into oblivion, and then we have to go and conduct a landing somewhere on their coastline and actually start taking it over. Then we've just gotten ourselves in a whole bunch of shit that we shouldn't be involved in because it's a waste of ordnance, it's a waste of personnel at a critical time in history, all for nothing. There's nothing that we would gain out of doing that on Cuba right now. Maybe at 10 years in the future, if they somehow became some communist utopia, then it would be worthwhile in doing, maybe. Because then they might pose a strategic threat. But with them being broke-ass poor, where they're riding donkeys around and in the back of wagons and whatnot throughout their country, they don't even have enough vehicles to spare for their army. They're literally pulling anti-aircraft guns around on damn ox carts. Like, that's not a country that poses a threat to us whatsoever for any justification. So it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, the whole thing is ridiculous. It's stupid. I don't see any point in it, and it would be a lot more complicated than anything, because with the president saying, I just plan on pulling up and doing this and it'll all be over and it's going to go amazingly. It's going to be the biggest, most beautiful thing. The Cubans are just going to say, we're not giving up. Screw you. Figure it out. And then we're going to be stuck at either being an embarrassment because we're just going to have to pack up the Lincoln and then sail away, or we're going to have to invade them.
Man, it's like street talk. Like if you really think about it, it's almost like street talk. Like I'm gonna pull up to their block and they're gonna get so scared they're gonna fold. It's like what the? It's like come on, like it's like this, like what is it, like flexing almost, like oh we got this power. It's like we can't go around doing that everywhere. It's like we can't do that, and also there's no reason for it either. You got to pick your fights carefully because eventually the biggest bully on the block, they might run into a bad situation eventually, going around picking fights with all these countries. The United States might find itself in a bad spot eventually. So I mean, that's something you got to be careful about. You just can't go around picking fights with everybody, even with the countries that are believed to be chumps like Cuba. You can't just do that all the time. You gotta watch out.
Yeah, you gotta watch out, and it's like it's really funny, folks, because I remember it went from one stupid premise of the phrase "no new wars" or "no wars at all," which I thought was really dumb, to now it's just every war that we can imagine that we can pull out of the damn Cards Against Humanity deck and throw down on the table. Now we're just gonna go into every single war that we can think of at this point on anyone everywhere, whether they be an enemy, an ally, or somewhere in between. For no reason. Like at this point, folks, I would say that the foreign policy that we're seeing right now is so destructive to the United States of America. I don't think an enemy nation could do us this much damage if this keeps carrying on the way it is. If they were to actually go to war with us directly at this point, I can't even, I could have never even imagined, folks, in my wildest dreams that we would have gone from the worst foreign policy in U.S. history in the last administration to upping it one in the current one. Like, that's unbelievable. But anyways, moving us on.
Holy moly, man. Where's the time gone? It's 9:50 already, man. We've been I haven't even realized that tonight, the time's been sliding by. We still got the whole Ukraine news segment to go through.
Man, we do. We still have a lot to go. But moving on from that, we also have been able to see as well that within the area of Japan, we have seen that apparently the U.S. is going to be outsourcing shipbuilding, or is at least looking into it. I would read this all to y'all, but TLDR, we don't have any shipbuilding yards that are able to actually build ships the rate we need, so we're looking to outsource it to allied nations, which may not be allies for that much longer depending on how we treat them. So moving us on out of that, it's now time for us to get on over into Europe and start covering the war in Ukraine, because we still have a lot to go over here. I'm just going to knock out the European stuff really quickly. There was a major U.S. airlift that is still ongoing at this moment to CENTCOM's air responsibility through Europe. The U.S. Embassy also put out a security alert today for a risk of terrorist attacks, and the United States of America has also announced that they'll be withdrawing 5,000 U.S. troops from Europe in EUCOM's area of responsibility as some sort of a reprisal for Europe not really being a big fan of the whole war against Iran deal, or really helping us out, although we stated that we didn't need their help and all that. We also saw that today there was an interception of Russian aircraft over the Baltic Sea, as French Rafale fighter jets were able to intercept 2 Russian Su-24s over the area today. Now, moving us on out of all of the European news, which we just fired off in rapid succession, it's now time for us to get on into the actual war in Ukraine. Ukrainian drone attacks last night and today have proved to be wildly successful in producing heavy amounts of damage within the Russian Federation, with one of the most shocking announcements coming out today. The Ukrainian armed forces targeted and hit a large airbase, the Shagol airbase in Russia's Chelyabinsk region. It's around 1,700 kilometers from the Ukrainian border, and it was hit apparently with drone forces. This is one of the deepest confirmed targets that has been hit inside of Russia by Ukrainian drone forces. This Shagol airbase is just on the northwestern side of the city of Chelyabinsk. You can actually see it right here, and you can actually see that this is an airbase that is used quite heavily by the Russian Federation. There is a large amount of aviation present here at this field, including Su-30 SMs, Su-24 fencers, and also another wide variety of aircraft. And we've also heard, according to the Ukrainians, that they visually confirmed that there were Su-57s at this airbase in the midst of the attack when the drones were coming in. And the Ukrainians right now are trying to ascertain if those aircraft were damaged or completely destroyed in the midst of this attack, which is a major one, to say the least. We've also been able to see that within the city of Perm, the fire is still continuing from yesterday, and this was a picture showing the area today.
Holy crap, it looks like a bit of a problem.
Holy moly! Pretty nasty looking, really. We also got to see another little bit of Perm right here in this clip. Holy moly. Looking rough.
Damn, bro, look at that. They put some of that color grading on that. That makes it look extra nice.
Man, they made it look really good. And here was also some of the firefighting happening here in the oil refinery at Perm. We can see this guy releasing foam. They actually have foam here. That's actually kind of crazy.
What do they got him doing? Standing, like, what is it? Bro, you can't stand in that.
Well, the Russians don't know that.
Bro, isn't that stuff, like, extremely toxic?
Yeah, but they aren't.
Bro, this dude doesn't even have PPE on. He doesn't even have, like, a respirator or anything.
Look at him.
Bro, what the hell?
They're all just hanging out in it.
Oh my gosh, bro. Bro, they use their firefighters like they're disposable or something. Like they did this during, you remember the liquidators, like the firefighters that showed up and everything at Chernobyl. Like, shoo, jeez.
Hi, what's this thing on the ground? Touches it. Ah! Man, it's like, that's graphite from inside the reactor. That's cool, isn't it? Wow, look, they're all
Also,
up to their necks.
I see some people saying, it's not toxic. Some people are saying, that's highly toxic. I thought it was toxic. Like, I've been told by a firefighter friend that it was toxic. That's my understanding. Also, look at this guy. He's literally showing off how much he's got on him.
Look at this guy. He's right up there pouring it right into the fire. Doesn't really look like it's helping much, but, at least they're up to their necks in the stuff. We also were able to see outside of Perm and down in the town of Tuapse that the Ukrainian drone attacks from last night have actually caused the fire to start burning again. The Russians did all that firefighting work for nothing. The fire has now once again restarted because of the attacks from last night.
Damn.
Oppa!
I saw the ghost of a Lada go by in that smoke cloud. You see that?
Man, I saw it, man. It's disappearing into the wispy sky. Oh, we also got to see a couple of more clips here as well showing the fire.
Oh, look, they put drone netting around that one right there. You see that?
And it didn't help at all, did it? Like, it didn't help a bit.
It literally didn't do a damn thing.
Oh, Oppa boy up in this hole, man, oh, man, I tell you. Oh, it took doubly it. The place is cooked. I gotta tell you, it's really cooked. Nice and good. And then we got another clip here with rock music playing. We actually saw this one yesterday. So skipping past that one, we can then see that again today, they did catch on fire. That's a continuation of it all. Very fun to see. We also were able to see the conditions around the area once more. Here's what it looked like before. Here's what it looks like now. Most of the tanks in the middle of the refinery were destroyed. We also were able to see that there was a little bit more proof of the fires going on today, as this fella just stood here, posing for a picture next to the giant toxic cloud of smoke, which at any point could just shift over the river to his side and start choking him.
Is what's going on in the city of Tuapse. Happy holidays, dear comrades. What, is this supposed to be a joke?
I guess. It's like, what holidays are even going on in Russia? We're losing the damn war day? It's like, what holiday are you celebrating up there? But there's the fire once again that has started today. So they only got a brief reprieve for a couple of hours before the Ukrainians set it on fire again. We also were able to see this from the coast as well, right there. Oof! Moving us on out of all that news in Tuapse, we've also seen inside the Russian Federation that up in Moscow, there was a statement made today by none other than the clown, Dmitry Medvedev, who was wearing his Mandarin collar today, very commie of him. And he stated that a nuclear apocalypse is realistically possible. This stupid guy talks about this every day. Like, this is one of the biggest idiots I've seen in living image. But I'm often criticized for using harsh rhetoric. Those who fail to realize this are fanaticists or fools. But I really wouldn't want this to happen. This guy has wet dreams about a nuclear apocalypse.
He said people criticize him about harsh rhetoric. Medvedev doesn't try to warn people about nuclear apocalypse. He's the one saying that he wants to cause a nuclear apocalypse. It's like this is like the pot calling the kettle black. This is literally the guy. This is him. Like, if there's one person in the world that like lobs that threat around more than anybody, it's him.
This is, by the way, folks, this is the dumb idiot that threatened the United States well enough last year that the president actually announced that we were sending 2 nuclear submarines towards Russia to get ready to nuke them if they tried to follow through on his threats in particular, and he's not even in the Russian government. The threat was that bad that that's the response it got. This guy right here, folks, we've seen so many of his tweets. This guy gets up every morning and gets his rocks off to the idea of everybody dying in a nuclear hellfire. This guy is an idiot, and the idea of him going, I'm just being a realist here. It's like, come on, dude. It's like, don't, like, people aren't idiots. This guy is a clown. But anyways, moving us on from that statement in Moscow, we also were able to hear that down in the area of Voronezh, it looks like some new drones are starting to show up. What like that, Blia?
Oh, look, micro drones on the mothership.
It looks to be a Ukrainian Lyuti painted in green, carrying smaller drones with it to increase its strike capabilities once it reaches the target. Now that's cool, isn't it?
And also, is this a Ukrainian drone filming a Ukrainian drone?
It looks to be, it might be a Russian one maybe that's filming it. We're not really sure. But this is a Ukrainian Lyuti that crashed somewhere in the water, and I think it's the Russians observing it and taking a look at what's new about them.
Oh man, I'm tripping. I thought this thing was flying. I thought this thing was like flying through the air. I didn't realize it was sitting on top of the water the whole time.
Man, this thing is in the water, man. Like, man, it's
Man,
crashed.
I'm tripping.
Man, he tripping. Oh, man. But anyways, moving us on from these clips because the second one shows the same thing. We also were able to hear, once again, that the Ukrainians are trying to confirm how many Su-57s and Su-34s they destroyed. That's a very appropriate picture.
Oh my god. I just looked up from the chat to see that. You cannot do that. You cannot do that.
Oh, man. Bro, that's the sleep paralysis Putin right here. Like, he's a... It will be a 3-day military operation, Bliet. In and out, Bliet. Very easy, Bliet. Do you put
Man,
the
honestly,
sauerkraut and sausage?
This kind of looks like one of those body doubles the other day, like a little bit.
Kind of does, really. You know, kind of does. But anyways, the Ukrainians are trying to confirm how many Su-57s and Su-34s they destroyed at Chelyabinsk. We also saw that a new Ukrainian drone attack is ongoing at the moment, and we understand that there are drone threats in the following oblasts: Moscow, Voronezh, Smolensk, Bryansk, Oryol, Tula, Belgrade, Nizhny Novgorod, Lipetsk, Ryazan regions, Kuban, the Donetsk region, Luhansk, Kherson, Zaporizhia, and Crimea. So basically the entirety of southwestern Russia and all of the Ukrainian occupied territories. Sounds like they're under a pretty heavy attack. Also, if you wanted a visualization of that, you can also see that right here as well, because those are all the drone attack vectors that we heard of earlier on when that attack was announced. Moving us on out of all of that, it is now time for us to get on into western Ukraine inside of Lviv, as we were able to see a new air defense system being used, apparently called a Stash air defense system. What it is, it's a trailer that carries AGM-114 Hellfires, and they use them as an air defense missile. There it goes. And... Oppa! It hit it!
Oh, it worked real good. Look at that. You know what they call it, the stash?
Why do they call it that?
Because when the Ruskies here, the Ukrainians have a stash. It lures them in, and then that's when it all goes sideways.
Is it the stash of vodka or crocodile? The Russian says with his toothless smile. Like, man, But anyways, we also were able to hear that Zelensky announced today that the Ukrainians are going to be increasing their long-range sanctions against the Russian Federation. That means they're going to start hitting them with more drones and missiles. So I can't wait to see what those long-range sanctions are looking like. We also were able to see in our location unknowns today a nice Ukrainian picture that was made of two special forces operators in one of the most picturesque fields that I've ever seen anyone take a picture in near to the front lines.
That is something right there. They're muddy.
Man, they're muddy and near a field of lavender. Man, that's something else. Anyways, moving us on from that picture, we also got the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours, which was quite good. Holy moly, another 2!
Whoa, two group. I think they're doing that two group thing, but tell us more.
And according to Miss D, secure the records, 403 vehicles lost is now the new highest daily loss, a record. 100 artillery systems ranks as the 6th highest. The troop loss for the 7-day average has now risen to 1,179, and special equipment totals 16 in 7 days. And over the past 24 hours, we have been able to see that 1,420 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 3 APCs, 403 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 100 artillery pieces, 1,924 drones, 1 MLRS, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a pretty good day, and great to see that the losses are continuing to mount for the Russians. We also saw near to the border regions in the Kharkiv Oblast that the Ukrainian border guards were making sure to stop the Russians from coming in, Bliet. Opa, Bliet. Oh, another buggy, Bliet. It's a Buhaka pickup, Bliet. Oh, what do you want? Oh, look at Lada. Everyone going for a run. Actually, that was a Bohanka again. Surprise, surprise. Oh, look, a real Lada, and a guy riding on the back of it like he's a general going to inspection. Well,
Man, he turned around like he had, you know, that like Call of Duty, that like the dude like with the ghost mask that's always like the tough guy in the Call of Duty.
yeah.
He turned around like him, man. He turned around, looked like he had that ghost mask on. Look at him when he comes in. Look at him. He's Makarov. No, it's not Makarov, but it's something.
Man, what was this?
Oh,
Dude,
damn.
that guy turning around, man, like it was like a damn movie. Like the director yelled out, "Turn around," and then he went, "Huh?"
Man, that's how I'd be looking around sometimes when I'm like hearing like, you know, like some creaking or cracking in the hallway and nobody's home except for me. I'll be like, I'll turn around just like that, like when I hear something cracking in the hallway.
Man, dude, man, that's how we be. That's how we be turning around when we hear that chirping noise up there on those hiking trails. Man, we'd be like, "What the hell is that?" Like thinking it might be a mountain lion. It's not a bird, by the way, people. It sounds like a bird, but it's actually a mountain lion. Also, while we watch this clip, a lot of people are currently talking about those long-range attacks on those Russian refineries, like in Tuapse and also Perm. And Matthew, what are people thinking about those attacks and what they might be causing in Russia? What are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So Zelensky is saying that Ukraine's preparing what he calls long-range sanctions on Russia. So that sounds like it could be quite a bastard for Putin and his goons. But what's next? 63% said Russia's oil industry will probably end up collapsing completely once Ukraine gets done with these kinetic sanctions. 17% said it doesn't matter. China will bail out Russia. And 12% said Russia will suffer, but they will recover soon. And I would say that their oil industry is largely collapsed as it is. I mean, their companies are like on the verge of bankruptcy for the most part inside of Russia. So, I mean, something's keeping them afloat. I'm not really sure what it is because there's still sanctions that are in place. Granted, the U.S. has given them a little bit of a reprieve from that with these recent waivers for the oil sales, but it's not enough to save the entire Russian economy. It's not enough for that. So I don't really know what's keeping them afloat, but they should be experiencing some severe difficulty, which we're seeing signs of it, but we're not seeing the final act of like the whole situation collapses. We haven't seen that yet, which is kind of curious. But 63% said that, and I agree. And Enforcer, what say you?
It's largely teetering on the brink of a collapse, but I think it's going to be happening soon, but I don't think it's going to be happening immediately. They've been under heavy strain for years, and especially tremendous strain over the past 2 years, with the Ukrainian strikes that have been knocking out refineries left and right. But I'm not really sure when that's going to lead to a crash. I have a feeling it's going to be soon, probably within the next year. But outside of that, I wouldn't really be able to get a lot more specific than that. So I hope that has addressed that the best I can. And with that, it is now time for us, folks, to move on through the entirety of the front lines. I hate to say this, folks, but I actually was not able to get any frontline footage from Ukraine today. I looked as hard as I could, and there just wasn't really any that came out. It seems that it was a pretty high loss day for the Russians on the front, but sadly, any footage to confirm that or prove that doesn't really exist. The situation is the same as it was yesterday on most fronts, where the Ukrainians are still inflicting significant losses on the Russians, and the Russians are making quite literally no gains anywhere. If anything, they're losing ground on some fronts. So the situation is still well within Ukraine's hand at this moment. So moving us on out of the Ukrainian front lines, it's now time for us to make our way to Kyiv to cover the speech from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. So while we wait for this to load, how are you all doing today? Y'all doing well? I hope so. And so without further...
we want to mention something about the cards. The cards. The president posted a picture of him holding Uno cards right now. He posted a picture of cards.
Are you kidding me? Is it real shit?
Before we look at the speech, let's take a look at this crazy.
Let me go grab it real quick.
Yes,
let's
please
see here.
grab it.
Whoa, a lot of crazy pictures being posted here. Holy moly. Oh, man.
Please.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Do grab it.
So, here we go. Here we go. I got it. I got it, people. I'm going to send it to you on Discord because I don't see it on Twitter yet. Let's see here. It's hard to think and do and talk at the same time. But here we go. I just sent it to you right now. Take a peek.
Oh boy. Wow. Man, really?
Is it on the screen?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Man, I'll tell you what. He's got a stack of wild cards. You know what's funny about this? It's supposed to be the Uno reverse card. It's not supposed to be the wild card. It's supposed to be the reverse. But you know, apparently it's the wild card. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm like, just out of curiosity, folks, not that it's really significant, but I would be curious to know, like I asked before, like when this type of stuff starts coming out, is he sitting there with his guys and gals that are like his advisors, or sitting there with his like people that advise him or something when he's posting stuff like this? Or is he like just hanging out in the White House residence section posting stuff like this? It's like, you know, when I have free time, like when the stream ends, I usually sit down and try to unwind, watch a TV show or something. The first thing that comes to my mind is not let's make photos of me like with AI doing stuff that makes me look great. That's not the first thing that pops in my head, but apparently for some people it does. But Enforcer, what say you?
Uh, yeah, what is there to say? It's stupid. Like, you know, it's like like all the self-glazing stuff. It's so tiresome. I say that a lot these days. It really is. I mean, like, damn, how much self-glazing can there be? And then if you point that out, someone's gonna say, "Hey, dare you?" It's like, come on, like nobody self-glazes that damn badly. I mean, there's like, I gotta say, folks, there's gotta be like some serious psychological thing going on there, like an illness of some sort, to have to like self-glaze with every free breathing moment that you have. Because like once I get done with the show tonight, folks, I'm gonna be up for another 3 hours. Do y'all know how little I would care about glazing our show after the show ends? Not at all. Like, we do it a little bit for marketing, and outside of the marketing side of things, and reminding people we said this and it was correct or it was wrong, I don't really care. Like, it's just insane. But anyways, with
Or if
that,
he can, if he can do it, can you show like the passport photo again? If he can post pictures like that, I mean, I can at least put pictures like that of me.
put it back up in this thing.
Let me go grab it real quick, because I gotta outdo this right here. I want to grow up to be a narcissist one day. I can be one right now. Show the picture.
Ah,
Oh,
should
look.
I?
I'm gonna spend my a few hours tonight before I get some shut eye and wake up early tomorrow to get back to work. I'm gonna spend those couple hours right there. I'm gonna come up with some new images. If we can come up with this one, we can do better than this.
Man, honestly, man, I feel like when I show this picture, you know what, man, you need to get the AI to make like a portrait of you where you look like a Kim, like in that like white background like picture frame deal that they have in all the houses in North Korea. You need to do that so that way you can send it to me and then I can play like the North Korean anthem, like a snippet of it for like 5 seconds as I show it. Dude, that would be hilarious, honestly. That'd be really funny.
I'm glad we don't have like a face cam, because right now I would be embarrassed as hell. Like, thankfully, you also had to hear my voice. So when we show something like this on the air right here, which is honestly kind of cringe to say the least, I don't have to show my face. So I can just sit behind this microphone right here and I don't have to actually show the embarrassment of something like this. But I don't think I'd be able to show my face out in public tomorrow if we were actually having to be seen in the public after posting something like this and actually, putting full hard faith behind it. I'd be a little bit embarrassed.
Dude, you know what, man? I got an idea. By the way, folks, I like, just to give you a little bit of a preface here before I even talk about this. I haven't had a haircut in months, so my hair is like insanely long. Like, I grabbed a hair and like measured it today, and it literally went beyond the bottom of my nose when I pulled it down there. So it is exceptionally long compared to what I normally have. So I need to get a haircut. But once I get a haircut, you know what we need to do, Matthew? We need to take portrait pictures of ourselves like that, and then have the AI turn it into the Kim portraits. So that way there's you and me side by side, just like they have Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, and then put that up on stream one day and start playing the North Korean anthem behind it.
Man, I just don't understand. I just don't understand the pathology of people that just like have this ultimate desire to like what is it, grandize themselves, basically. I don't understand that. Like, don't get me wrong. I like attention like the next person, but I don't want to like go around and have people like bowing down to me. When people see me, they're like, oh, I'm like, I really don't want that. I'm like, I just want to be kind of normal. That's all I want to kind of be. I've never understood this whole thing about, I just don't get it. I guess you have to have that certain condition to get it, but I just don't get it.
Honestly, man, I'll tell y'all, folks, whenever we run into folks in public, I've run into a lot more people who are fans of the channel that Matthew has over the years. I gotta say, folks, when people come out, they're like, oh my god, it's Steve Forster, oh my god, you're amazing. Like, I honestly kind of feel like a little bit embarrassed because I'm always like, damn, it's like, I'm just me. Like, I'm like a goof. I'm like, like, and I always think about, I'm exceptionally honored when people are like that ecstatic to meet me. It's like, that's, I'm very honored that they really think that highly of us and what we do. But then I'm also like, man, I really kind of feel like I'm not really deserving of that because, I've just kind of been like a nerd like this my whole life. This is kind of just all that I've ever thought about and talked about, and it's really crazy to know that people put that much into it, honored about it. But also I find it very hard to be able to like accept that just with like a straight face and be like, I deserve it. It's the greatest thing. Like I could never do that. Like I'll be like, man, it's tough. It's tough to take praise. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the speech from the president of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky. And so without further ado, here's the speech. Peach! Peach!
Bitch. I said it. Did it not come through?
No, I didn't. I was like,
Oh,
I was like, oh, what happened? But Peach!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні в день була ще одна масована атака російських дронів. Значна кількість, тільки від ранку більше ніж 400 дронів. З них більше 200 шахедів. Щільність нападу висока, і саме через це, хоча відсоток збиття високий, 388 дронів збито. Все ж таки були влучання. Тернопіль, Житомир, Рівненщина, Тростянець у Вінницькій області, інші регіони та наші громади. Ми посилюємо всі напрямки захисту. Вже є рішення по Дніпру. Військове командування та Міністерство оборони кожну атаку аналізують, пропонують рішення. На Дніпро додаткові радари, РЕП, додаткові екіпажі. Є рішення також по Одесі. Вже теж є більший відсоток збиття, треба ще більший. Ми свідомі того, що росіяни з щільністю нападу та інтенсивністю ударів намагаються обійти нашу ППО. Ми будемо протидіяти. Але розуміємо, що зупинятись не можна, це ще не той результат, який потрібен, ще недостатньо. Посилення потрібне більше для наших міст і сіл. І важливо, що кожного дня ми працюємо з партнерами, щоб були компоненти ППО проти ракет. У квітні ми забезпечили необхідне постачання. Також були нові внески в програму Pearl. На травень завдання аналогічне. Ми будемо продовжувати шукати можливості для України, для посилення нашої оборони, також і завдяки співпраці з тими країнами, з якими раніше співпраці було менше. Українську експертизу в захисті ми виводимо на глобальний рівень. Кожна українська компанія, всі наші виробники, всі наші розробники, досвід наших військових в захисті – це великий український актив. І ця сила має тільки зміцнюватись. Я дуже вдячний усім, хто реально цьому допомагає. Сьогодні також я провів нараду по армійській реформі. Багато щодо цього ми проробили у квітні. І були і засідання ставки, де ми готували деталі. І окремо працювали наші військові. Головнокомандувач, Генеральний штаб, міністр оборони, команда Офісу президента. Я дякую усім вам. Дякую за цю роботу. Сьогодні ми затвердили формат, який буде реалізовано. Головне, щоб наша армія була більше адаптована до викликів. 5-й рік повномасштабної війни – це те, що ставить особливі завдання. Передусім в управлінні людьми, у мотивації наших воїнів. Перше, буде збільшено грошове забезпечення для наших військових. На тилових посадах не менше, ніж 30 тисяч гривень на місяць. Бойові посади значно більше. Буде підвищено і суттєво грошове забезпечення наших бойових командирів, сержантів, офіцерів, командирів батальйонів, командирів бригад, корпусів. Загалом має бути більше такої державної поваги до досвідченої ланки управління в армії. Україна має забезпечувати реальні стимули, щоб люди, які знають, як управляти військом безпосередньо на лінії фронту і боєм, були зацікавлені бути в армії та відчували, що їхній досвід цінується. Другий аспект реформи – це нові особливі умови для піхоти. Все тримається на плечах піхотинців. Там, де є наша українська піхота, є наші українські позиції. Звісно, зараз така війна, що без дронів неможливо створення кіл-зони, лінія дронів, найбільше уражень ворога, техніки росіян, саме дронами. Ми будемо збільшувати всі типи постачання і застосування дронів, в тому числі middle strike. в тому числі НРК. Але наші позиції – це наші піхотинці. На першій лінії для всієї піхоти мають бути забезпечені найсильніші умови. Буде це стосуватись також і грошового забезпечення. Я поставив завдання, щоб рівень щомісячних контрактів для піхотинців на першій лінії був на рівні 250-400 тисяч гривень. І третій аспект – це терміни служби, які можна зробити чіткими та визначеними завдяки оновленій системі контрактів. Це найбільш принциповий моральний момент. Щоб можна було, зокрема, почати звільняти з військової служби тих людей, які були мобілізовані раніше. Зараз у травні всі аспекти реформи армії мають бути остаточно затверджені. Документи, регуляції, фінанси. Я доручив міністру оборони і військовому командуванню нашій команді Офісу проговорити деталі реформи з бойовими командирами, щоб врахувати всі сильні пропозиції та повністю поінформувати про зміни. Важливо, що вже були зроблені кроки, які допомагають бригадам. І по прямому фінансуванню бригад програма працює дуже добре. Від минулого року це є. Працюють і рішення по забезпеченню бойових бригад гарантованими щомісячним поповненням особовим складом. Теж була дуже важлива зміна. Це все буде розвиватись. Буде ще спрощення переведень. По цьому є відповідні рішення. І, звісно, плюс до цього новий значний етап армійської реформи. Завдання – зараз травень, все фіналізувати. І щоб з червня цього року зміни були відчутні. І ще одне, ми готуємо також суттєве посилення в напрямку наших далекобійних санкцій, українських далекобійних систем. Будуть рішення і по військовій освіті. Слава Україні!
Rum
Rom
slava.
Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1,528 of the news from around the world. And that's going to be moving us on into the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, is that always a good time. We get to talk about literally anything and everything in this segment, except for religion, politics, climate change, or whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. And I've got to say, folks, that it is going to be one hell of a time. Now, before we get on into that, I do understand that we have quite a many people who have been here tonight. I want to thank each and every single one of y'all personally for watching. We've had 112,000 people watch this show in its first 2 hours and 20 minutes, and we had a peak viewership of about 19,000 people here tonight. Actually, 18, correction. I got to thank you all so much once again, because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we just wouldn't have a show to run, we wouldn't have a lot of people to be here to enjoy it, and we wouldn't be able to have folks to share the news with, the good, the bad, and the ugly all in between. Now, before we move on into everything else, Matthew actually has a new picture to share with us. And Matthew, please share with the audience what you have found and what you have.
I sent it to you on Discord, by the way. It's completely humble.
Oh, I have all the cards.
Also, what happened to my neck? Like, why'd the AI take my neck out? It's like I'm like a turtle. Like I have no neck. My shoulders are too wide for my head on that body. Like that is not right. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. But apparently, also my hands are out of whack too. Something's not right with his proportions. Like this is not looking right here.
Dude, you got a neck about as long as the FBI directors, and he's got like no neck. Like you really.
Hey, it's like my head. It's like I'm freaking. What's that Eggman cartoon thing where his like head's just like rolling around on his shoulders at this point? That's messed up. But yeah, all the cards right there. Look at me, looking like I'm just ready to get in there and mess the whole situation up.
Man, something else right there. But man, you didn't make the great leader portrait picture, man. What's wrong with you? You could have done it. You could have made one. And you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the North Korean.
Are you talking about like a North Korea remake?
Yeah, like I'm talking about, like, let me show you the official portraits. You know, like these.
Oh, now I see the vision now. Let's continue to the question segment. I'll see what I can do in the meantime.
Who the hell is that?
Bro, did they use AI to put him there? Who is that?
I don't even know. Like, it's like, who is that?
It's like, who is this guy? It looks like it came from the BBC, so apparently it's not a phony. It's a real.
Man, this was back in the ye olden times, man. That was actually Kim Il-sung when he was a lot younger, and Kim Jong-il. This was the late Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il right here. I actually know a good bit, folks, about the inner workings of the Juche system and how they do all of this in the official portraits, and how it's like the WPA, the Workers Propaganda Agitation Department or something like that, does all this stuff because it's one of the more important bureaus that they have in North Korea. I also got to say, it's really hard to make him look like, you know, much of anything. Like,
Make him look nice and slim. We like the photographers to take the pictures where they shrink it down. Use the narrowest angle lens you got, Mr. Photographer, because Kim doesn't like to be made to look fat. He doesn't like it. He likes to look nice and slim, like he's been taking Ozempic, but he can't quite get it. It's not something they have in North Korea. It's a strange thing the way that works. Sanctions, that's what they call it. But it's a strange thing. This guy, he can eat donuts all day, those powdered type. There's only the best powdered donuts. This guy works them down like a pig. That's what they call it, like a pig.
you know, this guy's two front teeth are so large. I actually heard, folks, that as a pastime in Switzerland, you go around cutting down trees with his teeth and making dams up in the streams, up in the Alps.
Brutal. Man, we were going to get executed for sure for after that comment. That has got us on a list for sure.
Man, we've been on the list for a minute, man. I hate to tell you that. I mean, like, every time I get a chance, I'm dissing on this guy about as badly as I can. But, you know, oh, look at this guy. Wow, he looks like the soul's been sucked clean out of him. He kind of does, doesn't he?
You know who he looks like?
Who?
He looks like that evil villain off of Johnny Quest. You know, the one that he was always fighting, Dr. Zen or whatever, that dude off that cartoon. He looks like him.
You know, he kind of does, actually. Yeah, he kind of does. You know, that's actually right. That's actually pretty close. Oh, look, man, look, they're all doing aerobics in front of the portraits of the great leaders. Always have to have that. You know, this whole portrait thing, folks, is really quite stupid when you think about it. And also, it's like, on top of that, these days, he's got this thing sticking out of his cheek over here. I don't know what the hell that is, but it's like in every picture.
Yeah, I don't know what that. Yeah, that's tough right there.
It's like some damn, I don't even know what it is, but it's gross. It's like obscene looking. It's like something needs to be done about that, really. But anyway, anyways, going back to the original Kim. The original Kim, he had the whole, how would you call it? The Hegseth hair going, you know, kind of like a little skunk pattern going on up there, you know, not too bad. You know, I heard that this guy, actually it was Kim Jong-il, you know, he loved Hennessy, Matthew.
Really? Like, he did?
Yeah, he was actually one of Hennessy's largest customers.
I didn't know that right there. Are we talking about liquor or are we talking about cars?
I'm talking about cars. Like, this guy would buy so much Hennessy. It was unbelievable. Like, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, actually.
How can you do that? Because I thought they were vehicles.
Henny?
You said you're talking about the vehicles, right? You didn't say you were talking about the liquor.
No, I thought I said I was talking about the liquor.
No, you said you're talking about the cars.
Oh, I was talking about the liquor.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, man, like I've never really heard of this story. I've never really heard of him buying like these aftermarket cars and stuff like that. That's a new one. But yeah, I mean that I'm sure they love alcohol. I'm sure.
You know, Hennessy. This.
Oh yeah, I know what that is.
Now licensed apparently with Michael Jordan or LeBron James. I mean, I don't know basketball players, by the way, folks. But you know, nothing ever says, you know, Hennessy, like attaching celebrity sports players to it for some reason. I don't know why. But also they have the wait a minute. What is that in the background there? Is that some sort of romantic relationship going on? I tell you, folks, I don't think romantic relationships last that long with a giant glowing orb of Henny in the air nearby. I don't.
Hennessy Cognac. Types and prices explained. Apparently this is like a whole guide right here or something.
You know,
Hennessy versus Cognac. I thought apparently it's not Cognac, whatever that is.
That's cognac. Like not cognac. Really, like
I don't know that all that well.
We ain't drinking much, folks. You can tell. And that's one of the few words I would know somewhat well enough. Oh, look, man, they spritz it up, put in a little thing here, a little thing there. They have these weird bottles shaped like they're melting.
Have you seen those tequila things they got? They have those tequila containers. that are pretty interesting, like these elaborate glass bottles and stuff like that. I have seen those before. I was like, what the heck? I was like, they're putting more trouble into the bottle than they are probably the alcohol.
Let me see if I can find them. You talking about one of these right here?
Yeah, like these things. These things are expensive too.
Huh, that's kind of crazy. Oh, look, Don Julio. I know that one because
Don
we looked at
Julio.
that one from Venezuela. Remember, it was like $200 in Venezuela for one of these.
It looks kind of hydrating. Like it looks kind of good. I know it's alcohol, but it does look kind of good. Like they've done a good job marketing that.
You know, if I remember right, Matthew, there's a story because tequila is specifically a Mexican liquor. I think if I remember the story right, folks, and some people who might know more about it might be able to tell me if I'm right or wrong. But back in the day, to test the proof of the tequila, they dropped this. Let me type this in. Maybe I can find a picture of it. Tequila worm. Yeah, here we go. So in traditional tequila, they take this worm. I don't know what the hell the worm type is called, but they drop it in the tequila, and if it dies in there, then that means that it's the right proof and it's good to go. If it doesn't die in there, that means it's like counterfeit tequila, or it's not real tequila, or it's like some bathtub gin crap and it's not real tequila and it's not good to go. They don't do that anymore, like obviously, because a lot of people kind of get grossed out about a giant worm being in their tequila. But that's apparently a thing that they do or did from quite often back in the day, actually.
That's quite nasty.
Yeah, I don't really know, folks, about having the big booty worm like in my tequila. Like, it's like I think I'm fine without that. Not that I drink the stuff, but I really wouldn't want the worm in my tequila. You know what I mean? Like that seems just a little odd. Let's see. Someone said the worms soak up this thing called mezcal. I don't know what that is. But yeah, there's another one right there. Look at it, little worm.
Yeah, I don't like that right there. Let's move off of those.
Yeah, but anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right, so moving away from that right there and moving back into our super chat questions here and moving into all of our question segment, we're moving into our first super chat, which goes to none other than Robert Betancourt. And thank you very much, Robert, for that $50 support. We do appreciate that. He said, I wonder if let's see here. What does this mean?
I don't know, actually, but I do thank you massively for the support, Robert Betancourt. I'm not really sure we can read that one off on air, because unfortunately, I don't think either me or Matthew knows what that's actually supposed to mean. But I do thank you massively for the support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that the best we can nonetheless. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Nick Hines. And thank you very much, Nick, for that $50 support as well. He said, man, it's crazy how drones can even fight for the little guy. Pass my question to the chat if you could, good sirs.
And I thank you so much for the support. And that's how warfare and innovations work, is that, all the big guys might not innovate in a certain way, and a little guy does, and then they end up dominating the battlefield for quite some time before they end up being put down, basically. So I would say that it is a huge risk, and we definitely need to be adapting to it. And anyone who says that you don't need to adapt to it, I say, and this might sound a little bit extreme, but I say that we make sure that there is a special provision within the selective service that drafts them regardless of age and regardless of sex and everything else, and puts them into combatant positions first and foremost to put them out there, so that way they can either learn under fire that they were clearly wrong, or they can end up, reaping the consequences of being overly confident, and make sure that everyone else can learn from their example why we need to adapt to modern drone warfare. But a huge thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we will make sure to take a live chat in your honor, Nick. And so what do we got, Matthew, from the live chat in honor of Nick Hines?
And this live chat question is going to go to Rosalie, who said, how did we get to the point where the entire world economy depends on this one narrow aquatic passageway? How do we prevent this outcome in the future?
Sadly, there is no way to prevent it, because major choke points and arteries like this have always existed in history. And that's why it's important for us to have a large and very powerful navy to be able to protect these shipping ways and waterways to make sure that things like this don't happen. A lot of people always wonder, why in the world is oil basically the thing that we live and die on these days? And that question actually was asked a lot back in the day, but not on oil, it was on coal. Because before oil, coal was the driving force, the fuel that made the world move. Back in the steam engine days and whatnot, before we started to see the diesel engines became a commonality. So back then, if there was, say, a coal miner strike somewhere in a country like America or Britain, everything could come to a stop because of that, and that made the Strait of Hormuz kind of a crisis back then at the openings of those coal mines instead of in some shipping lane overseas like it is right now. But this sort of a thing has always existed since industrialization began several hundred years ago, because there's always some sort of a critical fuel source that pretty much keeps the entire national or global economy running. And if that resource stops being provided at a constant rate to meet the demand, then there can be significant logistical issues and economic recessions and panics as a result of that. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for sponsoring a live chat, Nick, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that live chat question the best I can. And Matthew, has Spirit Airlines finally ceased operations right now, or is that coming tomorrow? I thought it was coming tomorrow.
So they're saying that in roughly 3 hours or so, they're claiming that Spirit will cease all operations in 3 hours. We'll have to see if that actually happens or not. I'm surprised they didn't get a bailout, because I thought it sounded to me like they were going to get a bailout from the government. But it sounds like they probably maybe won't at this point. It's unclear whether they're going to get that. But yeah, it sounds like Spirit might be going by the wayside in a few hours.
I never thought I'd see the day, folks. I never thought I'd see it. They were doing well, actually, up until COVID, I believe it was. I think COVID's what killed them.
Yeah, I never flew on this airline right here, so I don't know much about it. I heard some stories about it that was quite kind of interesting, but I never flew on it.
Spirit was like the ultra budget airline. Like Southwest is like the legacy budget airline that's been around for a good while at this point. Spirit was the startup that started a whole lot of extra competition within like that budget field of like ultra budget. It's our equivalent to Ryanair basically here in America, and that's how it ended up growing and rising. But because of that, they ran on really thin margins. Because all of their seats are sold at incredibly minimal prices with very minimal amenities, and so they were largely working off this concept of just packing every flight no matter what, and that's how they kind of made their profits. So when COVID hit and most leisure travel disappeared, and, it was mostly just business travel only. The legacy carriers were having a tough time, but they still had some traffic on their airlines. Spirit basically had none, because all of their travelers were leisure travelers that were looking for the cheapest flights no matter what. So they basically didn't sell any seats during the entirety of the pandemic. It just crashed their company. And since then, they were kind of limping along until recently when they finally declared bankruptcy and started to go under.
Yeah, it's a tough business to be in, that airline business. I heard that's brutal, and it sounds like it is brutal. This is apparently a casualty of it right here from the sounds of it. Also, on another note, you heard that they're flying flights down to Venezuela, like effective, I think, like 48 hours ago. They're flying some like a little Embraer down there. I think it's American that's flying it.
I think so, yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah, I have a feeling that'll be canceled in probably about a year. Like, I have a
Where the
feeling
hell's going? It's like, I mean, what Americans are like, yeah, let's sign up for that flight to go to Venezuela. It's
Man.
like, I would pass on that.
Man, I can't wait to be beat red, white, and blue by the collectivos in the streets of Caracas. Really a real vacation bucket list of mine. Always wanted to have that happen.
It's just all feds on the plane if you get on. It's just like feds going down there for the intelligence gathering or something like that. It's basically just a chartered flight.
Yeah, basically. It's like, just send those like unmarked C-130s to do the flights. They were doing fine. And also I see Varric said the business model relied too heavily on cheap aviation fuel prices. That's true. Well, basically every airline does, because when aviation jet fuel prices rise, even legacy carriers, like the ones that are left, like Delta, American, and United, which are basically the big three at this point, they also suffer quite heavily by the increased prices. And actually, if y'all haven't heard, there's been word going around that American Airlines isn't doing that well. But the thing about the legacy carriers, folks, is that they're never, like, at this point, with how few of them that are left, the government would never let them collapse. And on top of that, American is basically the flagship name carrier for the United States. It's literally called American, so that one isn't going to be going under. Delta and United won't be going under either. So if they ever run into tough times, they'll probably just get bailed out. That's kind of the idea that at least I would have behind it.
So the budget airlines that are left, if Spirit truly goes out, like it sounds like they are, but we'll have to see if that actually turns out to be the case in a little while. But you got JetBlue left; they're still around. You got Southwest, you have Alaskan Airlines or Alaska Airlines, whatever it's called. Then you have
Frontier.
Frontier, EasyJet's in Europe. That's not in America, is it?
I think they might have something in America, but I'm not really sure. I think it is a European
Yeah.
thing.
So actually, it's a pretty narrow field out there now for airlines. Like, there's only a handful of them at this point.
Let's see, American airline companies. Let me pull this up and see if we can get a list of all the budget ones. Let's see, American major airlines of the United States. So here is some of the larger ones. So you have Alaska Airlines, you have Allegiant Air. That's it's a budget one. And then you have American Legacy Airline, Delta Legacy, Frontier, which is also budget. Hawaiian, which I believe folded. Didn't it? I'm very sure that this airline, yeah,
No, it's
between,
still around.
huh?
It's a
But
wholly owned subsidiary.
oh, okay, so yeah, it is still around. I like their paint jobs. I always thought they looked cool. But let's see, and then there's JetBlue, which is budget, Southwest, which is the biggest budget airline. And then there's Spirit, now deceased. Sun County Airlines, which is another budget airline, ultra low budget airline. And then there's the other legacy carrier, United.
What does it mean to be ultra low budget? Does that mean? I mean, what does that mean?
I don't
Is the
know.
landing soft?
Bro, they got them Ryanair landings going. Oh man, damn. Like
They got no time to waste.
and then regional passengers airlines. These are actually interesting, folks, because a lot of people don't know this. But most of your smaller like Embraer flights that you take or jump jet flights, like say from Birmingham, they have American Airlines painted onto those jets, but they're actually not American Airlines planes. They're actually Envoy aircraft. They're just painted to look like American Airlines. So that's a little bit of an interesting thing about them. And something that a lot of people don't know until they look at their ticket and they see it says Envoy Air and then American Air on it as well, and they always think it's just American Airlines itself. Then there's PSA. What is PS? Oh, so PSA is another American Airlines group. That's interesting.
The regional carriers. I think when you start, I looked at becoming a pilot a while back. When you start as a pilot, you start at the regionals, which are these right here, like Envoy and stuff like that, and then you get to work your way up and basically, apply an audition for the bigger ones when you have enough time at the regionals.
Huh, and then Endeavor Air is Delta's, but it doesn't look like United had one of their own. It was just Endeavor for Delta, and then PSA and Envoy, which are American, and then Republic and SkyWest have their own individual branding. So there's no subsidiary of United. That's interesting. I didn't know that. And then the cargo ones, Atlas Air, big one. FedEx Express, huge one as well. Kalita Air, I didn't know that one was actually American. I thought that was Asian. And then UPS, which are all the major cargo air carriers. Not really a lot of airlines out there when you think of it, even amongst like the budget ones.
Yeah, I have a feeling as the competition gets less and less wide, as they start going by the wayside, like if Spirit goes by the wayside and then maybe another one follows suit, we might be seeing possibly rising prices just from a lack of competition.
Yeah, well, that's actually what happened back in the early 2000s, in the 90s, and that's what brought about companies like Spirit, which started to give ultra low cost competition, and then started to break up their monopolies that they were having, where the rates were rising like that, and then they had to get a little bit more competitive and start lowering their rates to keep filling seats. So it's kind of like a natural ecosystem thing at this point over the past few decades, to where once all these little budget airlines get slaughtered, the legacy airlines will start jacking up their rates. And then eventually those rates will get so high, it makes a window for an ultra budget airline like Spirit again. They'll pop into the scene, start growing again. They'll threaten the legacy airlines. They'll start lowering their rates as a result. And then eventually some calamity will happen where the budget airlines get wiped out again, and then the process repeats.
Yeah, I feel like Europe's got it figured out when it comes to their flights and stuff like that. They've got it figured out with like the whole jump flights. I don't feel like it's as sorted here in America.
Yeah, it's not really a sort. Honestly, Europe has it figured out with transportation in general. On the air, the land, and the sea. They have most things figured out there pretty well, and everything's actually a lot more affordable over there than here. Because if y'all don't know, folks, they're regulated, so they actually tell they actually tell the air companies over there, you can't just gouge on ticket prices just because you want to. Because back in the 80s, during this wonderful time, which I'm sure many of y'all will know who was kind of in charge then, but during that time, every single transportation industry in this country was largely completely deregulated, which is kind of why we live in this transportation environment we're in these days, where instead of having about 50 railroads, we only have 5 major ones. And instead of having 30 major airlines, we only have about 3. And then we have a whole bunch of budget ones to go with them. The regulation back then generally made sure that there were more ways to get to the top because there were more positions at the top of, like, say, CEOs of smaller airlines and smaller railroads, and everything else. But nowadays, because of the deregulation, you basically just get almost a quadropoly. Well, it's almost a monopoly, really, when you think about it, because there's like 4 or 3 companies that just run the whole show and no room for competition hardly, unless if you're trying to just eke out the scraps that are left that they don't want to touch. And it's honestly a really bad sort of a business environment these days. It's not a competitive one.
Yeah, it seems like it's not really.
Yeah, like certainly not. Like, man, like even for the little like companies, man, that are like just scrounging for the crumbs, like in the airline world and the railroad world. Like in the railroad world, man, there's this thing called the Genesee and Wyoming Company. They went around at this point and basically balled up all of those tiny railroads that were left, that were picking up the scraps from the big ones, and it basically turned them all into one giant railroad as well. That is a whole bunch of detached little pieces that are all run by the
Yeah.
Genesee and Wyoming Company.
We need mom and pop shops back. That's what we need, little mom and pop shops. That's what they need. I will say this though, I never really saw a mom and pop shop. Like I've never really known a mom and pop that can work that well in the business. But I guess it's a thing possibly. Maybe mom and pop, maybe they can come back.
Man, I can imagine it. Honey, we need to lower the price. What do you think they're not gonna? Shut up! You shut up! Like, man, it's like, man, that's gonna be something else. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $30 support from Howard Turgallon. Thank you very much, Howard, for that $30 support, and we do appreciate that. He said, best detailed war information available anywhere.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Howard Turgallon. Thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here right now. We wouldn't be able to give that detailed war news like we give every day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Go-Kart. He put in a 2 and said, you guys rock. And we do appreciate that, Go-Kart.
And I thank you so much for enjoying the show. I thank you. I thank you. We try our best, and I hope that it's shown through again tonight. So huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $30 support from Marion Deemert, and thank you very much, Marion, for that support right there.
Hey!
They said so much for the admin of peace, Sai. Yeah, that really did turn around, didn't it? That really did. Granted, there's been a couple things that have gone by the wayside, like the Thailand-Cambodia thing generally has been solved, but the catch is they told the U.S. to get lost before they solved it, so I don't know if we get to claim any credit for that. Also, nothing's gotten solved in the Middle East, although granted, nobody can really solve that. It's never going to get solved. It's been like that for hundreds of years, so good luck to anybody trying to solve that. Europe, I mean, the Ukraine situation has been made worse because now the U.S. has basically cut aid to Ukraine, so that was a bad decision. Started a war with Iran, it is what it is. It could have been planned out better, but it's kind of going sideways because of a lack of planning. Venezuela picked that fight. No real good reason for picking that fight, it seems. They just picked it. Also trying to pick a fight with Cuba, trying to pick a fight with Greenland, trying to pick a fight with NATO, trying to pick a fight with Ukraine, trying to pick a fight with Germany. A lot of conflict for a peaceful time. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would say that at this point, for this to be the president of peace, there's been more war now than we've had in like the past 12 years. Imagine folks that if just think about it in an alternate history where when George Bush started the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, he also went on to fight Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, the entirety of NATO, and everyone else at the same time. People would have called that insane because it is insane. It makes no sense. And when you ask around, why are we doing this? They never have an answer for it that's actually good. It's like they don't have an answer at all for it. It's just we're doing it just because. Like that's how policy works, and that's not how policy works. That's called being an idiot. But a big thanks to you for supporting up with this channel to keep it running, Marion Deemert. And I would guess you could say so much for no new wars, and so much for being the president, the peace president, and all that. I guess all that went out the window whenever he just got tired of that and realized that he got his little medal from that woman from Venezuela. and then he just went and just started going down the damn jingoist path every chance he could take. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Kevin Golf. And thank you very much, Kevin, for that $20 support. He said, good evening, LSA.
And a big hello to you, and a good evening to you, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Music Uploader, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, Music Uploader, once again for the second support of the night. And he said, LSA, and you guys went offline and came back on live, and I'm still driving. Good boost of energy. And P.S. No, I don't have a logbook. It's called Outlaw Trucking. I'm ...
You're an outlaw? but
Outlaw Trucking.
I'm
Man,
just-
I've never heard of that right there. I know a lot of truckers, they're always like crazy about that logbook. I've never heard of this outlaw trucking. That's a different type.
Man, honestly, I've never heard of that myself. But I gotta say, I gotta thank you for the support, and we're glad to have you back. Better late than never is what we always say. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and good luck Outlaw Trucking and all that. And a big thanks to you so much once again. And we're moving on into the next one.
And this one's going to go to C146, who said, hi, I'm drink, I'm high. This is my Friday night. Not bad. LSA.
You're a drank. You got that drink in your cup? You got that, like, man, you got that wacky slash, that thing bleeding, B. But a big thanks to you. I hope that you're having a fun time here tonight. Hope you're enjoying yourself. And I thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And we wouldn't be able to be here tonight for you to be able to enjoy this Friday night here on the Enforcer channel.
Didn't mean to interrupt. I'll get into it in just a second.
Oh, okay. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, Wantan in the live Jay said, outlaw trunking is what we do. We ain't stopping for no scales, LOL.
Oh.
Bro, I think the state troopers are gonna come chasing after you if you do that. Like, there's usually a state trooper sitting there at those weigh scales. So if you go blasting past it or something like that, there's like these little transponder deals at the weigh station. They'll send this trooper after you. They'll go chasing you down the highway, and I think the trooper is going to outrun this semi truck. I have a feeling. So I don't know. I don't know about the outlaw trucking. That sounds kind of sketchy.
Man, I never heard of outlaw trucking before, but now that we know, I got to tell y'all, folks, I was so scared of passing those weigh scales when we were moving with a moving van, because they would say in some states, like if you're at all in a van, you have to go to the weigh stations. They were never open, except for one time in Utah, and I actually had to pull over and go through it. And apparently, like, obviously, it was fine. It was a moving van, but it was really weird though. Like, I was very pressed about that because I didn't want to get pulled over and have to like get a ticket written in one state and have to try and figure out a way to pay it from Utah and everything. Like, it was actually kind of stressful, really. But anyways, a big thanks to y'all for clarifying that about what outlaw trucking is. And you know, Matthew, they actually have this phrase called outlaw airlining. Do you know about that?
Now I know there's no such thing as that.
Oh no, there is. It's when you rent out an airplane, and you pretend to run an airline. You just stand around in the airport terminal and hawk tickets, for a flight that technically doesn't exist, but you just made it exist. That used to be a thing. It wasn't called outlaw airlining.
That's called fraud.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure that's how a certain airline with the name that starts with a V, like kind of started. So I don't really think that is, because that's how that company started.
I mean, if you're actually selling tickets to a real flight, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if it's a flight that's non-existent, I mean, you're selling a product that doesn't exist. I mean, I think that's it sounds like a scam.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, you know, like, it's not a scheduled flight. So, you know, if you just like rent out a plane and you're like, hey, I'm flying it to like Nassau in the Bahamas right now. Do you want a ticket on this plane?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I mean, technically there's laws against it now.
I mean, that sounds like totally fine to me. Fair game. I mean, if it's by the book, by the regulation, you know, we like to do things by the book around here. If it's fine, it's fine.
You know, Matthew, the law these days says that you can't do that.
Well, here's a question for you. Let's see if you know what you're talking about with this. Can you curse like on let's say CNN? Can you go on CNN and curse, or are you gonna get in trouble with the FCC?
Depends on the time of day. If it's like after 9 or so, you can. But and also it depends on like the rating for the show.
Wrong. It's the FCC only regulates broadcast cable. That's it. If you're broadcasting over the airwaves, they can regulate you. But if you're just a cable news network, they can't regulate you. So you can go on there and technically cuss all day long. There's no problem with it. And it sounds like some fella yesterday got upset by some fella that came on their show and started doing a little cussing. You can't get any trouble for that. It's totally fine. But if you're on the airwaves, that's where the FCC can come in and you get in trouble for that.
I'm not understanding the difference between airwaves and cable. Isn't that the same thing?
Well, a cable takes the signal straight down a cable. But if you're broadcasting over the airwaves, where you can pick it up with like a TV antenna, like those old school type that you plug into the back of the TV and you can pick it up over the airwaves, that's different.
I'm pretty sure, man, that the FCC regulates all of that because the FCC regulates radio broadcasts, and also everything else as well.
Not cable.
Hold up, I gotta go Google this, folks.
I heard it from the FCC director himself.
Regulate cable. So the quick answer is that the commission does have authority over cable programming services. That's literally from the FCC's website.
Well, what do you mean though? Like authorities, like that doesn't mean they can't like say what they're saying on the show, like cussing.
Well, let's see here. Let's take a look at it. So, the Commission has reasonably concluded that regulatory authority over CATV, or cable TV, is imperative if it is performed with appropriate effectiveness certain of its responsibilities. So, let's see here. What is cable television? Yada, yada, yada. But what? State.
Just punch in on the internet. This is a lot easier than going through all this hoopla right here. Just punch in, can you curse on a cable news channel?
Oh, so apparently, yeah, you're right. Like, that's weird, though. I mean, like, nobody really, like, why in the world did they not cuss on them then? Because really, you don't ever hear of anybody cussing on a cable, like, channel at all. Unless it's like
because they try to
show.
But they try to keep it, PG because, with those cable channels, it's expected that you might have your family watching because, like a father might have the cable news network on or something in the living room and their kid might be in there. They don't want to cuss for that reason. I mean, it's more of a ethics thing than it is a regulatory thing when it comes to stuff like that.
Huh. That's interesting because I'd always heard that if you curse on air, you could, like, at least on, like, cable, you could get like a $10,000 fine, or like the broadcaster, like the company that runs that that programming could get like a pretty significant fine, like $10,000 or whatnot.
Well, if you're on a channel that broadcasts over the air, like I think ABC might, you can't do that on there. You will get a fine.
That's really weird. That's really weird how that works. I don't understand it, honestly. Because you would think it would just apply across the board. But apparently, folks, if you say shit over cable, that's fine. But if you say shit and it's being transmitted across the airwaves for some reason, then that's fineable. That makes no sense at all to me.
Yeah, I mean, don't say that too loudly, though. They might try to start regulating YouTube streams and stuff like that. If you start saying it like that, I personally don't have a problem with the way it is. I think it's fine.
But also, folks, here's the real caveat these days. Thanks to our glorious leader here in the United States, if you diss on the president, whether it be over cable or airwaves, they're going to try and come for your broadcasting license. So, at least they got that going for them. They really make sure to enforce that one equally across the board. Real free speech.
That wouldn't hold up. That wouldn't hold up in court. The moment they try to do that to a company that is exercising free speech, the company's going to sue. They're going to get an injunction. They'll keep their broadcast license and they'll fight it in court indefinitely. And by the time they get done with the fight, the administration that did it won't even be around anymore. They'll have elected a new president by then.
Yeah, that's true. But it's always interesting though how they kind of like hover that over people these days. In certain categories. I would say there's a little undue influence and pressure from the government that certainly isn't unbiased. Because it's like, how many people have been made fun of as presidents in the past? All of them. It's like how many times did the FCC come down and try and threaten to revoke their broadcasting licenses and such over that? Basically none. I've never heard of that happening before. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Trister1. He put in a $20 super chat, and thank you very much, Trister, for throwing in that support
Hey!
once again. And we do appreciate that second support of the night. Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you massively for the support, Tristan, because folks like you help this channel to keep running and make this thing possible. So a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Right Geek Project, and thank you as well for that 20. They said all the countries we have taken action against so far, Venezuela, Iran, and Cuba, have been hostile to us, but close to Russia and China. And is there a bigger picture here? Also, Russia and China have not actively helped these countries.
I would say there isn't really a bigger picture there because they might be aligned with Russia and China, but if they're not posing any imperative or inherent strategic threat, then it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It also doesn't really make a lot of sense when we're saying we don't like them and we don't like, we don't like Venezuela and we don't like Cuba because they're aligned with Russia and China, but then when we're blockading them, we roll out the red carpet for Russian tankers to go in and do whatever they want in the middle of all of that, which generally shows that it's not really against Russia or China, it's just for some weird reason that we can't even explain. And on top of that, we didn't even overthrow the Venezuelan government. We literally just removed the top guy and then had him replaced by the vice president. So that would be like Russia coming in and grabbing Trump, and then Vance becomes the president. What's the difference? Like, is that a government overthrow? No, nobody would say that. I mean, the top guy was taken, sure, but that's not a government overthrow. And also on top of that, Iran is for nuclear weaponry and such, and generally all these countries are going to be hostile to us, but the question is whether we need to go to war or not, because if that was the logic that we had to have at play, of this is all fine because it's a greater grand plan because they don't like us, then why don't we just go to war with, let me think of a couple of countries that I could think of. Why don't we just go to war with Colombia, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Honduras, Guatemala, Cuba, Venezuela, which we've already done and are about to do, Brazil because they're a part of BRICS, India, and China because they're also a part of BRICS, North Korea, let me see here, who else? A couple of African countries would fall under that criteria, but I can't think of them by name. Serbia, Russia, Belarus. Like, we just keep going to war with everybody forever that doesn't like us, but if there isn't any real reason to do that, then it doesn't really add up to make any sense to go ahead and do that. Because the whole concept was, the whole concept of this current administration originally was that they weren't going to do any new wars. It was literally the catchphrase, no new wars. I'm not really a big fan of that, and I think that some wars are pertinent to fight, and they have to be fought. But, you can't go from that, and that's just and great, and the other side, the wicked leftists or whatever they were saying back then, are going to try and get everyone in World War III and try and get them all killed. You can't go from that argument to literally flipping to what you were criticizing the other side about, which is trying to go into a war literally anywhere and everywhere, because somewhere in the world, someone might say something that's hurtful to the United States, like they don't like us. It just doesn't make any strategic sense to go to war with everybody because they say that they don't like us. So what if they don't like us? It's not doing us any harm, and they're mostly so poor they can't do anything about it. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. But that would generally be my argument against that, is that just because they're not friendly with us doesn't mean that there's always a reason to go to war with them. You have to fight your fights carefully. But with that, we were on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Pony, and thank you very much, Pony, for that support right there. And he said, let's see here. Oh my. He's not happy with the messaging, the quantum messaging coming out of the U.S. right now. He's not happy with it. Honestly, I can kind of understand. But he said, P.S. Definitely Walter Cronkite Award for you. You're doing a fantastic job.
And I thank you so much for the support, White Pony, and helping this channel to keep running. And thank you for the high praise. We try our best. And man, he wasn't that Walter guy? Wasn't he in like something recently that came out?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wasn't it that whole thing that happened?
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Are you okay? I mean, you've been acting strange lately.
You know what, Matthew? I'm gonna actually walk out of my house right now, barefoot into the mountains, and just disappear. like
should you? I think it might be best if you see somebody.
A shrink?
What about a maximalist?
Matthew, I actually heard that there was this guy a therapist who actually offered his services recently, just out of the blue. He was like in a black, like Suburban and everything outside, and his name was Charles Igmanius Autonomous or something like that. And his initials on his business card was CIA, and he actually said that he wanted to talk to me for a minute about that whole thing and make sure that that was all sorted out. And I don't need to tell anybody about it. I just need to go with him. I don't know what all that was about, but you know, maybe I do need to see.
Are you speaking out of turn?
Listen, you don't know what happens to people who talk out of turn. Like, oh man.
Man, I'll tell you what, there's been people that have talked out of turn and crazy things have happened. Bad accidents left and right, people talking out of turn. It's really awful, like in all seriousness.
Really, it is. But being serious about that, wasn't he in that whole thing? Like, weren't there like some pictures that came out and everything, like showing that?
I heard some allegations that there was possibly some pictures, but I will say this though, like I will say this, not trying to like run interference, because there's definitely a massive scandal going on with everybody involved with that whole thing, without a doubt, and it seems like they're trying to sweep it under the rug. What a shocker! I will say, just because somebody has a picture doesn't mean there's necessarily something going haywire, because in those social circles that are like at that level, everybody mingles around with everybody. But also at the same time, though, to also play devil's advocate, you've also heard the rumors too, because in those social circles, you also hear all the good, bad, and the ugly. So you hear the rumors about, oh, he's a little bit, so and so. He's a little bit this way, a little bit that way. You hear that kind of stuff, and generally, most people with some type of ethics will hear rumors like that, and they'll generally decide to kind of keep their distance just out of caution if they hear something that bad. But just playing the devil's advocate.
Bro, you're about to be like that Danny DeVito character from that one show. I'm sure you've seen the meme of it, because he literally said it on the show. He said, I have to tell you all, I did go to Epstein's Island, but it was only for the snorkeling. I mean, like, it's like,
Right.
Oh, that was a script, by the way, in a TV show and everything, where he said that. Like, just making that clear, he didn't.
Yeah, I'm talking about the script.
Yeah, we're talking about the script. Just had to make that clear, folks. Had to make sure to cover our ass and dot our T's and cross our T's and dot our I's, as the old saying goes. But anyways, big things to your support and the kind words, and thank you so much for thinking that we're doing a fantastic job. We try our best, and so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that us addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one, also, by the way, just a side note here, like let's say I stumbled across $1 billion tomorrow or something like that, and all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, we need to know him because he has $1 billion. And I'll be like, oh, look, friends. Then you go like hang out around this friend group and stuff like that, the Billionaires Club and stuff like that. If you ran across somebody like that dude and you really weren't sure where his money came from, and he's just kind of also a little bit creepy, I mean, does nobody sit there and say, hey, wait a minute, like, what's up with this guy? It's like, what does everybody just overlook it? Everybody's just like, oh, whatever, it's just him. He's a little flamboyant or something like that. It's like, I mean, apparently everybody's common sense goes out the window once $1 billion gets involved and people have $1 billion net worths. Everybody's sense starts to get a little bit clouded at that point.
It's
anyway.
kind of interesting, because like the whole story there, they kind of skip over the part where he went from being like a high school maths teacher to having $1 billion of private island and a whole bunch of jets to ferry people in and out of it with. They kind of skipped over that whole part of where that happened at, and that's kind of like, to be entirely honest with y'all folks, that's kind of the part of the story that needs to be fleshed out the most, because it's like, where in the world did that tectonic shift happen in that person's life that led them down that road? You know what I mean, folks?
Yeah,
something's not adding up.
And also, it's like, you're getting on a plane. There's a bunch of women and stuff like that, and there's a bunch of people acting sort of off. It's like, at what point does people say, hey, wait a minute, like this doesn't pass a smell test here. I need to like distance myself. It's like, apparently people aren't thinking clearly. It's like, I don't know what's up with that.
Oh, I know what's up with it.
Yeah, I do too.
A lot of, like, just being completely frank, a lot of people around that knew what was going on and they just didn't care, or they were fine with it, or they supported it. It's one of those answers. That's the legitimate answer, because everyone goes, I didn't know. The word gets around. people who are in those sorts of circles, like think about it, folks. There's a whole load of people in Hollywood. Think about it from decades ago. And when you look at Hollywood in the 80s and the 70s, when you lived during that time, it's like, oh, it was all great and fine and dandy and everything. Then about 10 years goes past, and then they start telling you about how much drugs they were doing and all of the illicit stuff they were doing in the background. And all of them were fine with it, mind you all. So why in the world would we think that nobody would know what was going on with that whole thing with the island? Instead, everybody in Hollywood knew what was going on with the drugs and the depraved sex and all that stuff. So why in the world would we think that everybody was just wandering around the most heinous island that's existed in modern history in the United States, and for some reason, all of them were just completely nose blind and visually blind to everything that was going on around them on that island? That doesn't add up. Because if it was like that in Hollywood on one level with other illegal illicit stuff, then it had to be the same elsewhere, because the rule would generally be applied equally across the board. That's just how it would work. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also have a 20 from Robert Betancourt, and thank you very much, Robert, as well, for that $20 support. He said, from 32nd Nav, its Navy has frozen ETS and denied transfer to Air Force. What say you?
I would have to say, I thank you so much for the support, Robert Betancourt, but once again, unfortunately, I don't think I'm understanding the message because I don't really understand shorthand all too well. But I do thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it rolling. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Doug Halstead, and thank you, Doug, as well. He said, could you explain what a graphite munition is that we've been hearing about, and could you give us a turret toss, something for a turret toss?
I actually had to pull that up. Let's see here. A graphite bomb used, oh. So it's used against electrical infrastructure, apparently. So you drop it into...
Oh, is that thing?
Yeah, so I guess this is the thing that you would drop into the substations to start shorting them out.
Yeah, I think we covered that the other night. You remember when somebody brought that up?
Yeah,
It says
I
there's
think we
something
did,
that
like,
can
weeks
knock out
ago.
Yeah, it was like a munition that can knock out the electrical infrastructure, like kind of like an EMP, but it's kind of not an EMP. I think that was it.
I think I think we have talked about that in great detail, actually. I never heard it called a graphite bomb when we were talking about it last. But graphite bombs are particularly used, now remembering the conversation that we had about this the last time, but we didn't call it that. Graphite bombs are used to be able to knock out electrical infrastructure like substations, whatnot, by shorting them out due to them being dropped within the vicinity. So generally, that's their primary use. They really don't have any other use rather than that in trying to knock out electrical infrastructure. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Music Uploader once again, and thank you very much, Music Uploader, for that support. They said, well, that's what happens when a businessman underestimates end times apocalyptic terrorists that don't care for economics. He said, I think that the admin probably dismissed the idea when he heard the idea that might go down.
I have a feeling that probably was the case. I'll be honest with you. A lot of people probably, well, not a lot, but some people are probably not going to like to hear this. The president probably lives in this la-la land mentally to where he's the greatest person alive. He can do anything. He's a big man now. The military's behind him. The government's behind him. So he's just going to do whatever he wants. So whenever anyone, and no one can stop him, because, we've heard him say that on air a couple of times on some mainstream networks. So when they brought up the Iran war, he was like, it's going to be done in 3 days. It's going to be great. And then some people were like, well, Mr. President, that might not be the way it goes. We need to prepare for the worst case. What, are you saying I'm not good enough? And then it was like a insult to his personal honor. And they're like, no,
that probably never even happened. They probably never got to the point where they offered some type of pushback. They probably never got to that point. Because you got to think, realistically, structurally, there's really nobody around him that can say no or that can provide advice without fear of repercussion. There's really nobody because, his cabinet can be fired. So, they're trying to keep their jobs. So they're not going to say anything that's contrary to what he wants. His advisors, at best are like, I don't know, yes men. That's putting it kindly. Yes men's being very kind, really. I would say. Idiots, more like it. And there's nobody around him that's going to say anything. There's nobody that has any way to say anything. They're going to be shelved.
Yeah, that's true. So that's probably more accurate is that no one even brought up anything to him. Um, so that's kind of why we're in the situation that we're in right now is because he just imagined in his mind he's the greatest person on the planet. Everything's bigger and better every day in his head because of him and him only. So the plan was because he planned it. It's going to be great and amazing. It'll end in 3 days. No questions about it. No extigent circumstances, plans, or anything like that. So they
I
went
don't get
forward.
it. Like I don't really get it. Like I mean, if I was the president and I had a cabinet and you're sitting there in a cabinet meeting and you have all your people that you supposedly pick the best people, they're experts, they're like the best in their field, etc. And they're all sitting there and they're able to provide an expert opinion, and the president has to make the ultimate call, but they're here to hear the advice to prevent situations like we're seeing right now in Iran with the whole Strait of Hormuz disaster that's currently taking place. I would be absolutely terrified not to hear them out because I would be terrified that I would accidentally walk into a situation like we just did with the Strait of Hormuz situation, and it's going to be a disaster that's going to result in destruction for everybody. I'd be horrified of that. So if I was the president, I'd be encouraging these experts to debate each other and telling people if you have something to say, even if it's something contrary to what we believe is the popular opinion, then you better speak up. If you don't speak up, then I will fire you if you don't speak up because we need people debating the stuff. I want to hear the pros, cons, etc. And I want to hear people flesh this idea out in front of my face so that way I can make the final right call in the end. I mean, unless you have that debate, you can't really flesh out any idea. It's just basically a dictatorship.
And I mean, you can tell how it goes behind the scenes by how they all act in public when they're around him having to talk at a podium. Because the first thing that they do, if y'all pay attention to it, and I'm sure a lot of y'all do, the first words out of their mouth are kissing his ass immediately. Like everybody. Oh, the Mr. President, he is the greatest person on earth. If it wasn't for him, none of this would be possible. I have no credit for this, and I have no attributions to it. It was all the president. I'm just honored to be in his presence and be the little lapdog bitch of his to, like just be here to be able to glaze him. He's the greatest guy on the planet. Like literally every statement never is about policy or what's being done or what they did or what's going to be achieved. It's just all about how he's the greatest guy on the planet who's done everything and came up with this whole thing on his own. And if it wasn't for him, the whole world would collapse tomorrow. Jesus and God would disappear and literally everything's held together just from him alone. Like that's the statements that come out publicly. So if that's what they're having to say in the public, imagine how all the meetings are going behind the scenes that give them the impression that they have to ass kiss that hard when they get out in front of a podium. They must be scared to an inch of their lives to disagree on anything in the background because they're scared that if they do, they're going to be told to tender their resignation immediately, or they're going to be removed from their position without even a chance at resigning.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so I would have to say I think that's probably the case in the background, and I don't think there was any plans really presented to him. He was the one who just came up with them. And also, if people disagree with that, I mean, you can just go to the president's words himself. I mean, he said to one media outlet at one point recently before the war started that his advisors sometimes come up with their own ideas, but he has better ideas, and eventually they see it his way. Basically, they have to agree with him or else. He doesn't give a shit about what they think because he knows better than them. So, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from none other than Chris Feilbach, and thank you very much, Chris, for that $50 support. And he said, "We eating pasta in your hood. It tastes like heaven." What? What in the world? He said, Apparently, this is about going to another hood and stealing their business opportunities as opposed to pasta. Very confusing song lyrically, but a pretty cool beat. I've never heard that. I've never heard anybody say that in real life either, personally. And I grew up around that environment. We both did, actually, to a certain degree. So I never heard that phrase right there. Usually involved a lot more cussing. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I never eaten pasta in someone else's hood, and pasta never tasted that heavenly to me, like pasta and lobster and all that. But I do thank you for the support, Chris, and I'll have to look into that song a little bit more and take a listen to it after the show. Maybe even thump it while I'm driving, around the neighborhood here at like 2 a.m. at full volume in my car to make sure to keep all the neighbors attentive and awake to my new musical tastes. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Taven Starkey, and thank you very much, Taven, for that $20 support once again tonight. They said that guy was probably pointing out the debt trap diplomacy.
Oh, maybe, actually, that might be the case. And a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Robert Krogan, and thank you, Robert. He said, good evening, Enforcers and LSA, and a little something for the hard work. And take care now, and take one for the live chat.
And I thank you so much for enjoying our hard work, Robert. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And the live chat question is going to go to Shraggy or Shraggy or something like that. They said, do you think the I'm sorry for butchering your name, by the way, but they said, do you think the military will refuse to attack Iran without congressional approval? Oh, they really can't, by the way. Like, that's not the military's function to start adjudicating something like that. That's purely a checks and balances issue, and the military can't really get involved in stuff like that. So if they are ordered to attack, they're going to have to carry it out, and that's up to Congress to, exercise their duty. If Congress abdicates it, I mean, it's over with. I mean, they've abdicated it, and they've set a precedent. So at that point, it is what it is. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to agree with that. And so big thanks to you for support. And also, man, look at this, man. Someone said in the chat, man, I haven't seen one video of Iran using an FPV, and then they immediately go to insulting the channel. Well, I mean, you're still here watching. I mean, so, what does that say about you? It's like, I mean, like a lot of people always want to say that this channel's voice doesn't count, but they seem to watch it a whole lot to be saying that and really caring enough to even bring that up and have to say that out loud. So apparently a little bit of emphasis being put on our importance. Big thanks to you, by the way, for that. We're honored. But with that, we're on to the next one.
Holy moly, look at that.
Holy
Taven Starkey just put in a $100 smackaroo support right there. Someone said we're begging for support, but I don't hear me begging. I'm seeing people very kindly donating to keep the channel running. And we do appreciate people like Taven and also all of our other super chatters, by the way, for that support. Because they are what keeps us running a night in and night out. And it's thanks to them that we have a show. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you so much for the incredible support, Taven Starkey. And I while you didn't attach that comment, we're still greatly appreciative of it. And I gotta say that we certainly ain't begging. Don't make me beg. Thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from C146 who said, is my Friday night, as in opposed to what would be generally be held to be superior alternatives among random sampling of the populace, one could say.
Perchance.
That's
perhaps.
deep.
That is deep, really. It's like, I don't even know where to go with it. I'm like, perhaps. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have here a 10 from Ian Sexton. And thank you very much, Ian Sexton. They said, I love this channel. I've been watching for several months now. And y'all have some funny commentary. And I always get a kick of how serious Enforcer Matt is sometimes when Enforcer is being funny. Now, sometimes, I will say, sometimes I'm just like purely distracted with the live chat because some people pointed out sometimes they say, how are you keeping up with the live chat, Matt? And also reading like the super chats, reading the polls, posting the polls, talking to people, and also talking on the stream and going over stuff. It's a lot. Like I will admit, it's a lot of stuff to do at once. I've gotten used to it now, so it's not that hard anymore. But occasionally, like I get overwhelmed, and as the stream goes by, I start getting more and more worn out, like from all that attention being pulled every which direction. And sometimes I just like don't register it sometimes. But we do appreciate the support. But Enforcer, what say you?
I do appreciate the support, and sometimes the laugh track is missing. Sometimes it's
I'm not
missing.
a laugh track.
Well, I mean, I'm your laugh track when you make a joke. Like, I make sure to give a laugh to it because, it's...
You don't have to be. I'm not demanding it or anything.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know you're not demanding it, but it makes it a lot more funny because, it's like, you actually have, like, a live reaction. That's why all those shows on air, they use laugh tracks. Like, it would be really odd to watch, like, someone do, like, a comedy routine where it's literally just deadpan in an empty room, So I always make sure to laugh at Matthew's jokes. Sometimes, though, I do miss my mark as well, but I feel like it's fairly rare because my job is to, like, be focused on just talking and monologuing the whole show and keeping that whole side of things rolling. And then also doing some very light moderation in the chat on the side. I just generally, like, observe it a whole load, especially whenever Matthew's talking because I'm trying to, like, pick up for him while he's monologuing so I can make sure that the chat still remains moderated. But outside of that, though, it is always a tragedy sometimes because I'll really ham something up, and then I'll stop, and then I just do, yeah, and I'm like, damn, that will seem like it maybe came out, oh, thank you, I'll be here all week, but It might come out dead, sometimes, but it is what it is. I just hope the jokes are funny because we don't know. We never know because we don't have a live audience that reacts to anything we say. But a big thanks to you so much once again.
We got an audience right here. They're right here, man. A live audience. There's 10,000 people here right now, man.
Yeah, but we don't know if they're laughing live when we say something because
I know when they're laughing.
Man, they laughing at us because we a group of clowns.
Man, I tell you what. See when they say LOL right there in the live chat, like go-kart? Yeah, I just said right there. He said LOL. He said, look at that. I can see when they're laughing. Look at them. They're putting a laughy emoji right there. Look at that.
Man, look at that. They love it. They love us, man, dude. They love us.
Look at that. Those people, they're so cute. Look at that. That's so cute. They're laughing. Look at that. They can laugh. It's crazy.
I absolutely love when people laugh. It makes me so happy. It's like, hey, laugh more, laugh harder. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Would you look at that? Those cute people. Look, this person has a job. That's crazy. That's crazy. I hadn't seen a job in a long time. This person went and bought spaghetti yesterday at a grocery store. Old-fashioned term, those groceries. But moving into our next one here. This one goes to Casadar, who puts in a 10, and thank you for that support. They said, a couple of chickens for the cause, gents. And let's give a shout-out to my boy, and thank a Turkish baddie today. Oh, okay. LSA SSG Airborne out.
Oh man, that Ugandan army chief guy never got his Turkish baddie. He's still waiting for it. So unfortunate for him, I suppose. But a big thanks to you for the support for a couple of Costco chickens. Seems like that's really caught on in the Senate recently in the tweets. A lot of people in the Senate are talking about Costco chickens. Makes us wonder. Really does make us wonder because nobody has hyped up Costco chickens like we've been. We've been like the free marketing that Costco's gotten for those chickens. And now like the whole U.S. Senate is on that deal of tweeting about the Costco chickens.
Man, they're tweeting about it, and also they added it to the SNAP benefits. Like now, if you have SNAP, which is, I don't know what the acronym stands for, but it's like the food assistance program, you can apparently go get a Costco chicken or like any rotisserie chicken with it. But yeah, they're making a huge deal. They're like, oh, that juicy Costco chicken. It's like, I've never heard anybody mentioning anything about Costco rotisserie chickens, like anywhere. Like not on cable news, not on YouTube, anywhere. We're the only ones that are crazy enough to be talking about Costco chickens on a news stream. But yet all of a sudden, all these different politicians are bragging about how juicy the Costco chicken is. Like, come on. It's like, can we get a little credit out here? Just a little bit?
Can we get like a crumb? Can they at least say that they got the idea from here? Like we literally are the only people. We got a whole running joke on the show about it. For like a year. Like we were on this before it was cool. And then nobody gives us credit. I gotta tell y'all folks, it's such a tragedy. I mean, it would just be interesting to know who watches, because we already know that some of the ex-CIA directors watch the show at a minimum. It's like how many senators and representatives watch this show? Honestly, that'd be kind of a little bit awkward in some ways because I might have me and Matthew might have personally dissed on them and made a joke or two at their expense at some point. It's like they
Someone like that thing.
Huh?
Some of them like it.
I'd hope. I hope they have a sense of humor because, there's a lot of people who make fun of us. And honestly, sometimes it's pretty funny. Other times it's just being just straight up insulting. But some people have actually got some pretty good humor with it. But I gotta tell y'all folks, oh man, I get no respect around here. Oh man, we come up with the Costco chickens and then they steal it from us. Oh man, I'm telling you. But anyway, so that we are on to the next one.
Man, I'll tell you what, if I was a political strategist, I'd have been like, see, we're onto something here with that Costco chicken thing. Like, that needs to be worked into the campaign speeches somewhere about those Costco chickens. It would make you more relatable, you non-relatable politician, if you mention those for $5 rotisseries and mention the price too, as it makes it seem like you actually go to the grocery store if you mention $4.99. So it makes you more relatable, of course. And don't ever say groceries are an old-fashioned term. Bastard, don't say that. You're running the whole campaign.
Man, I got a better one, man. Let me do my insert copy-paste political speech that every politician on the campaign trail does. Hello, everyone in the Beehive State. Woo! Oh, it's so great to be here near to the Great Salt Lake. I just got done eating at the Red Iguana. Oh, the crowd goes mild. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's so great.
We did it. We made Utah great again.
Big shout out to all the folks who go to the Utes. Let's give it up for the Utes, guys. Woo! By the way, everyone, I just have to tell y'all that before I got on stage, I had to refresh myself with a swig. Oh, like the crowd's going crazy.
Wait a minute. I got the best one right here. This is one they always go through. You know, I just want to introduce myself. I'm a brand new candidate, but what's more important than my policies is this. When my father grew up, he had a broom, and he used that broom to sweep the warehouse floor. And when he swept that floor, he knew that floor was flat. But he made it into something else. The way he swept that dust moved around. When he swept the dust moved. And I have the same type of person in me too. I know how to sweep the dust. I know how to get the dust off the country and dust it off a little bit and polish it up, just like my grandpappy did in that warehouse back in the day. And that's the type, like everybody comes up with a story like that. It's like, listen, it's like not everybody's got a story like that. It's like, there's some people that actually, came from nothing and turned into something. Like that's a legit story for a lot of people, but not everybody, especially not people coming from families of millionaires. It's like, come on, like don't give me that broom story. Like that's not cutting it.
I gotta tell y'all, folks, I grew up in a lower middle class family where every single dollar counted. My dad only owned half of the aluminum canning factories in the state of Texas.
Yeah, there you go. That's great. He only gave me a small loan of about $1 billion, but that's okay though. I paid it back eventually.
They really had to scrounge everything together to make ends meet. When they give those millions to those Congress members to make sure that they pass legislation to benefit those aluminum canning factories in Texas, I tell you, we really felt it at home. We had to go from eating filet mignons to eating smaller filet mignons, about 2 ounces smaller per day. The butlers sometimes would go without pay too, and it was a real tough time, but we pull through. We pull through because my dad would tell me these sons of bitches are trying to stop us from robbing everyone blind, but damn it, with some hard work and elbow grease and enough corruption, we can make it work. And that's really what I understand, America. I understand the reality of it. I understand all of you common peasants, common citizens that I can relate to on the daily. And that's why you ought to elect me. I'm really going to represent y'all. I'm going to represent y'all well when I put my boot on your neck. That's like that ought to be the real politician speech, because that's really what they're wanting to say and what they should be saying, because that's what they do.
A fantastic channel for like a parody. If somebody wanted to create a YouTube channel out there, here's a free idea for people. Create your channel where you simply take political speeches and you simply do like a bad lip reading of it, and you basically translate their political talk into like real life talk. Like when they're like, we want to make things affordable again, and we want to bust up the corporations. You can say other things like, we actually don't want to make anything affordable again. We actually want to put more money in the pockets of CEOs and take it away from the people that have worked very hard. Like, do something like that and make it humorous where it's not like deadpan like that, but make it actually humorous. That would actually be probably a good channel.
Man, honestly, man, that would probably be a pretty funny one. But man, we would probably get like death threats galore because someone would be thinking that we're talking about their guy, and it would offend them. God forbid.
We already get them anyway, so it wouldn't really change much for me.
That's
just
true.
adding to the pile.
That's true. I mean, we already do get. I mean, increased numbers of them. Not like we finally get them. We get them often, actually, but getting more of them. That would really be where that would be really where the magic lies. Because God forbid, folks, you offend one of those hard hand right-leaning people. They actually are somehow more violent, angry, and sensitive about things than the people on the left, which is honestly something that is a humongous revelation to me. Because I actually thought it was the other way around for most of these years, because we'd only dealt with people on the left who had been really angry because we were criticizing the last president. Now we're having to deal with people from the right, and honestly, folks, they're actually a lot more sensitive than the other side, which is unbelievable. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next.
What. I feel like these days, if one of us ran on a campaign was like, we want to bring back small businesses and we want to do away with all these lobbies and stuff like that, I feel like a month later they'd be like on the news. Enforcer Matt was walking across the street, and unfortunately, a bus was going about 100 miles an hour and slammed right into him, and he became a smear. I feel like it'd be something like that. Like these days, I don't think that stuff goes over too well anymore, and not with the people. Like the people like it. I just don't feel like the establishment, as they call it, likes it too much.
Man, we would be talking about actually looking forward to the nation's interest, and then you hear, oh no, such and such country just dropped a JDAM out of the blue on their house, wherever it is at that point. It'd be like, well, I guess, that only went about as far as the bomb. So, it is what it is. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one right here is going to go to none other than DWRB, who put in a 10. He said, I saw a post the other day that Iran unveiled a martyr wall and included as the current leader on there. Does this confirm Iran has no leader if it's true? And LSA?
It looks like it might have been a mistake from what we know, and it was included show the current supreme leader, because kind of like North Korea, their image has to be included everywhere. But it did lead to a lot of confusion, but we don't believe that it means that he's dead. Also, he's more of a figurehead than anything, even if he is alive, which we're assuming. And it's actually the IRGC and the jingoists that are really running the country at this point. So a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Chris Feilbach yet again. And thank you very much, Chris. He said they're mid. He's actually kidding, though. They're usually pretty good.
And I thank you for the support, Chris. And they're mid. What, Red Iguana?
I think he was talking about pasta. Well, that's what his last super chat mentioned.
Oh, I thought you meant Red Iguana, because I was mentioning that in my fake political speech a second ago. Honestly, I haven't gone to the legit Red Iguana. I've gone to a taste of Red Iguana, but like the side shoot of it, the taste of Red Iguana.
You got a taste, but you got a little morsel. You got a little morsel of it. Oh, it tastes good.
Man, it looks really good, though. I mean, it looks pretty decent. I would like to try this. I feel like taste of Red Iguana is much different than the Red Iguana, because I didn't see any of the stuff on the menu at Taste of Red Iguana.
Yeah, this looks pretty good right here. Just a lot of traffic to get through to get to it.
Oh, yo, the homies.
Where are the homies?
Man, bruh.
Who are the homies?
I don't know. Let's see here. We got Dr. Bomba. Then we got Mr. Clean. I don't think Fly Girl's fly. Fly Girl looks a little sus. Honestly, giggles like eyeball and Fly Girl. I don't know about this. Right eye. Okay.
I don't know any of these people.
But we got Lurch. Hey, yo, Lurch! Bro, Lurch is here! Oh my god, man! Dude, I've heard so much about him growing up. But anyways, enough of this stuff. Enough of the homies. But I do want to eventually eat here, though, because it's a big thing for Salt Lake. They always talk about Red Iguana. It's just that it's kind of in the hood, though. Just being kind of honest with y'all. It's across the interstate, across the railroad, in downtown, and this area is kind of sketch. This is actually where, this is where that shooting happened that you'll probably heard about on national news that happened at the funeral. It actually happened just a couple of blocks up on 600 North, and I think Redwood Road. So it was right up here, and Red Iguana's down there.
I don't mind. If the food's good enough, I don't care if it's in the hood. I'll go straight to the hood if the food's good enough. But that's a pretty far away. That's literally next to the airport.
Also, Red Iguana 2 is just literally a block away. What's the point of that? I don't understand. What's the point of Red Iguana 2 a block down the road? Damn, dude, they got oh, that isn't a big iguana. Look at that.
That's a person in a suit.
I think that's a real one.
That's a huge one. But yeah, maybe they have some overflow and they send them into number 2.
Ooh.
Oh, wow, that was pretty decent.
Man, honestly, man, we need to try this place someday. Anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Craig Humphreys, and thank you very much, Craig, for that $20 support. He did not leave a comment, and I'm just double checking on that. Yeah, he did not, but we do appreciate that 20 euro support from Europe. And we love Europe. We love Europe. But Enforcer, what say you?
We love Europe. We do. And I got to thank you so much for the support, Craig, and being one of our European viewers, because together we will continue to support American and Western interest here on this channel and see to it that the Western sphere pulls through and survives. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Slinger, and thank you, Slinger, for that support. They said, I lost the game, but the LSA is always winning. One from the chat.
And I thank you so much for the support, Slinger, and we will make sure to take one from the chat. What do we got?
And the one from the chat's going to go to Arthur Berg, who said, if we were to end the blockade, would that help, hurt, or do nothing to the price of oil?
It would probably help it just a little, but not a whole lot. So kind of, really honestly, the blockade shouldn't have even been done in the first place. It makes no sense. We should have just started working on reopening the Hormuz immediately. But I do thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We have also here a $10 support from DWRB once again. He said, I tell you, I only pick the best experts. I tell you, I only pick the best experts. Only the best, because I'm the best at picking experts, they call them. Only I can do it right. Nobody else can. Nobody else can. That's why they picked me. They picked me. They're only here for me. Only the best experts from the Breakfast Club.
Nothing like the Palm Beach Breakfast Club. That's where I pick all of my guys, the best guys. They all have a membership at Mar-a-Lago. It's a wonderful thing. I just walk in there someday and I go, hey, you there, would you like to be the Secretary of the Navy? And I make them the Secretary. It's a wonderful thing. It's a great thing. I don't know if y'all have heard about the acting Secretary of the Navy, but he said something recently that, I'm not gonna lie, was pretty whack. I don't know if you heard it, Matthew. Did you hear it from Hung Cow? Did you hear it from him?
I don't like being put on the spot like this, sir. If you can give me a little extra runway before you jump into something like this, it would probably be much appreciated. But I saw a clip of him talking out there on the waves, and I was trying to get it out, but I was trying to look, and I saw it, and I was a little bit shocked. It was more shocking than that deer when it saw the two headlights coming forward and straight in the road.
I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. I kind of just want a Secretary of the Navy to talk about the Navy instead of talking about the robes that he wants to wear. Really kind of dumb, honestly. Didn't really get that whole discussion. Don't even know where that came from. Really out of left field, or more so right field, because, you know, that's political. Even that's political these days. Can you believe it, folks, how political everything's gotten? Everything's gotten so political. It's unbelievable. Really crazy. But beyond that, I thank you so much for the support. We're massively appreciative. Hugely appreciative. Not that we need your support. We're so great that we could go on without your support. Your support means nothing, but it's great that we have it. It's wonderful that we have it. So many people call me up and they go, sir, I beg to support you. I need to support you. I must give you my money. And I always go, no, I don't need your money, but you can put it right here. But beyond that, that was actually a pretty good riff right there. But beyond that, I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to give a running DWRB, because we really do appreciate your support. And also, that was a great riff that we were able to do right there. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
Someone said he thinks a symbiotic relationship with the worm piloting him, like he's a different type of person. I don't know anything about that, but you should make sure to eat your vegetables, and not just vegetables, but fruit. Remember to eat fruit too. It's a good thing, and lay off the substances too. I can tell you a lot of stories about that, but lay off the substances. We don't want to have any trouble, But anyways, moving on from that right there, is actually, as I continue to do that, it starts to wane off, and it starts to get worse as time goes by. So I'm going to move on to the next one here, which goes to Chris Feilbach, who puts in a 20. He said, my last super chat about their mid was when you guys were talking about not knowing when the audience thinks about your jokes, because if the comedic timing lined up, that would have been funny.
Oh, okay, I understand now. I'm sorry, Chris. It's hard to always know the context of super chats, because usually by the time we get to them, the moment has passed. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I'm glad that other people do find the jokes funny, because we try our best to hopefully throw out funny jokes, because we're literally coming up with them on the spot. So it's not like a comedian's shtick where they really think about their material. We just have to kind of throw it out and hope for the best. And I'm glad to know that a lot of people do find it funny. So big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from Chris Feilbach yet again. He said, Hung Cow sounds like one of the names you use when you're calling a restaurant as a prank phone call. I will say, sadly, the guy didn't get to pick his name. Like, I will say, like, not to pick on the dude for his name, but the name is definitely memorable. I can definitely say that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say the name is definitely memorable. You know, I just gotta say, folks, I went into this whole thing on a stream a while ago. I was like, okay, so the current Secretary of the Navy, who is from the Palm Beach Breakfast Club, is on the way out. So, you know, this guy's actually has experience. He should be better. And then the first time I ever actually hear him speak, he's talking about the kind of eye view ports that his robes are supposed to have or something. I don't, like, it was a joke or whatnot, but honestly, it was like this really... It was not a funny joke at all. Like I'm not one to like talk about, you know, like the history of that whole thing that he was bringing up, but I was like, the punchline isn't landing on this. This is a very bad joke. And I was like, Good God. I was like, we're about to replace this clown from the Breakfast Club with this other clown who clearly is also a whack job as well. I was like, great. I was like, we're not
Well,
getting
he's actually from the
anywhere.
Navy, though.
Well,
Like
yeah,
he was actually he was already there.
well, yeah, but I mean, the current Secretary of Defense was from the Army, and look how well he's doing.
Yeah, I mean the guy who's in charge of the Navy, though, he wasn't even in the Navy, though, was he?
Yeah, he was in finance and like, bro, he was never close to the Navy. But I just gotta say though, like, the guy might have been in the Navy, but I also have to say this, folks: just because someone was like in the Army or the Navy or whatnot doesn't mean that they're going to be good at what they do. Because I mean, we have an endless list of examples of names that we can call off of people who have prior served and they're about dumb as rocks. And it's like this guy certainly is also fitting that bill as well, at least from what I've seen, the very little of him now that I've seen. And I'm like, great, this guy's really leaving me with a bad impression at this point. He's more focused on being in like the political zeitgeist than he is on really focusing on being the Secretary of the Navy. That's basically a doomed ship that's setting sail right there. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Crispy yet again. And thank you very much, Crispy, for that $10 support. And we do appreciate that very much, as always. And we also had a 10 from Waka Waka What. He said, sir, they say Congress needs to fund the military, sir. We need all the research and development for those munitions for that big booty worm research fund. And some coffee filters, too, in GTA 6. Rabbit hole for Matt. Honestly, there's not much to rabbit hole about that, except for they just need to release the thing. Hopefully they don't push it back again, because if they do, I think everybody's going to lose their patience at that point, not want to buy it just out of spite. But yeah, I've been waiting on that thing for years. I think I was waiting for that since I got out of high school. I can't remember how long it's been at this point. But yeah, I've been waiting for that for a while. I didn't even play GTA 5 hardly anymore. Like, I hadn't played it in ages, several months. In fact, it might have been longer than that. I can't remember the last time I played it, actually. I don't remember that person. Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta be honest with you that when I sit there and talk about the damn big booty worm, I have one inside of my noggin. That thing be throwing it back every day of the week. That's why I have a really hard time controlling myself when I see a helpless raccoon on the side of the road with intact genitals. I just gotta do what I gotta do. I mean, I can't do that one anymore. That was unhinged. But the big thing here is support, not with the channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And I gotta say, I hope that you enjoyed Matthew's very short GTA 6 rabbit hole. At this point, folks, I have completely written off GTA 6. Me personally, I don't even really care about GTA 6 anymore. When it comes out, I might get it. Honestly, I'm gonna sit back and wait. I have a feeling there's gonna be a million reviews coming out upon release where they're going to be like, oh my god, this game is so glitchy and it sucks, because that's a lot like,
it's like how much is it going to cost? It's like, after all this time in development, I can only imagine what their production costs are at this point. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if their production cost was in the billions at this point for that game. I wouldn't be surprised, because it's been a long time they've been working on it, and I don't even know what they're working on anymore. It's like, I mean, yeah, why does it take this long to make a game? It's like, that's kind of wild. So it's like, what's the game going to cost? Like $200 a game?
yeah, I mean, and also on top of that, man, it's like, to give you all a little bit of video game history, at least recently, Cyberpunk 2077 was a game that had an incredibly long development timeline to it as well. It was like over 10 years. I think it was like 12 by the time it was released, and people were super excited about it. They're like, it's got to be high quality. They pushed back the release dates loads and loads of times on that game, and when it came out, it was so unfinished and so buggy that it was unplayable. I saw that loads across the internet. It was a huge thing when it came out. It was like, oh my god, we've waited 12 years. It was $60, and it's so unpolished and so unfinished. It just sucks terribly. And I have a feeling, like in my mind at this point, that with GTA 6 being pushed back this many times, it's probably going to end up being the same thing when it comes out on release. And that's why I'm just not really interested in buying it when it immediately comes out, or even pre-ordering it. I'm just going to sit back and wait for everyone else to buy it and start complaining about it a load, because I'm very sure that that's what's going to happen. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a super chat from Crispy yet again. Thank you very much, Crispy, for the second support of the night. We do appreciate that second one right there. And as always, for helping to keep the channel running. We also have a 7 from C146. He said, did I get 2D Enforcer trolled? I paid money to see colors, and I make myself laugh. Well, I mean, you gotta get your giggles from somewhere, I guess. But Enforcer, what say you?
But big things here
Yeah.
is support. I mean, I'm just adding in the giggles, you know. That's what he wants. That's what the man wants. That's what he's going to get. But big things here is support. We're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from C146 yet again. He said, it's a troll meme. Am I taking crazy pills? I wouldn't know that.
I mean, you might be. I don't know, but that's up to you. It's a free country. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ulf Hednar. He said, big booty worm. Oh my goodness. Says that defense production has never been better. It's now 600% cheaper to produce more than ever.
I gotta tell you, that big booty worm's got a lot of wisdom. But that, big thanks to you, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt. He said, breaking news, that coin is up 6,000%. My Enforcer phone is in the mail. The world's at peace. GTA 6 coming out tomorrow. LSA all the way.
That would be a utopia. Man, imagine it, folks. Imagine it. Our channel can come out with a cryptocurrency, and then
That's not utopia. That's a garbo.
Hold up, I gotta get to the punchline. Like, yeah, as soon as the coin releases, it reaches like $200 within the first 4 hours, and then immediately drops to $5 within the first day and never recovers. It's perfect. Like, it's perfect. There's nothing that could ever be better.
There's the bull run, and then there's the bull smash. It's a smashing in the end.
Oh, man, I'll tell y'all this, folks. We are never, like, this is a guarantee I'm going to make y'all. This is going to be like the Costco people who tell y'all that the hot dog's $1.50 and it'll never change. We are never going to have an enforcer cryptocurrency. I can tell y'all that right now. I think that those things are just, like just to be honest with y'all, they come off to me as, like, rug pulls, and we're never going to run a rug pull, ever. Like, that would be heinous to do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I've never had a desire to rug the audience, pretty much ever. So I think we'll have to pass.
Yeah, I think I'm good. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
Our next one goes to Zalagar. He puts in a 5. He said, "Are you sure it's not a play on words? We have twice the amount in the region from the resupply flights currently."
Well, he said that we had twice munitions the world over, basically, was what he was saying. So I don't think it was a play on words. And also, if he's that bad at articulating in English, then, you know, we got some concerns then at that point. So either he's very bad at articulating, which is a concern, or he has just flat out lied, which is also equally concerning. So a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from John Tango, as well as a 5 from Mark Dixon. And thank you both, John and Mark, for that support, and we do appreciate that. We also have a 5 from Soldier of Steel, who said, very disheartened to see for further U.S. decisions to weaken the NATO bulwark by withdrawing 5,000 troops from Germany after the 90-minute phone call with Putin.
It's very disappointing. I think it's just ridiculous at this point. I hope that the Congress, you know, does a vote on that as the National Defense Authorization Act requires. But with their track record at this point, with how damn spineless and cowardly they are, I'd assume they do nothing. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, "Can you talk Alabamian?" I'm talking it right now.
We're talking the way we always talk, Game Theory. This is how we were trained to talk. We were told that talking like rednecks would screw us over career-wise, so we dropped the accents when we were very young. But I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to talk the way we've always talked, basically our whole lives. So a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory yet again. He said, any catfish in Salt Lake City?
Fried
I'm
catfish?
sure there is some catfish somewhere. I mean, there's always a catfish in every city. Like, if you go on the right dating apps, you can find a catfish. You can find a catfish anywhere. You got to watch out. I had a friend that ran across a catfish, and that story right there, I can't even repeat it. I've never heard of a catfish situation quite like that, but shoot, I mean, you got to watch out for those catfish. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, that friend in question was like, "Oh boy, I'm gonna meet Janine," and then he met Janine. "Hey, you got soft hands." Oh,
That's actually exactly what happened. I'm not joking.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not joking. I'm not joking at all. He thought he was getting one thing and he got another.
Damn. I guess you get. Well,
He never recovered.
He never recovered.
No, like he never recovered. Like he actually he like has flashbacks and stuff like that. Like I'm not joking.
Man, bro, I thought you meant he was like still in traction, so I was like, what the hell happened to him? I was like, what happened to him, man? Like, oh man, that's crazy right there. That's craziness.
I couldn't believe the story when I heard it. I couldn't believe it. I heard it through a mutual friend, and then I heard it directly. I was like, I've never heard anything like this.
Man, that's crazy right there. That's insane. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that one well. That's a hell of a story right there. But fried catfish, I haven't really run into a lot of barbecue out here, really. So, and I haven't gotten up the courage to try the little barbecue that they have. So, I actually wouldn't know at the moment. So, a big thanks to you for support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from David Ford, who said World War XI obviously refers to the Ninth War that our leaders stopped. The 2 original World Wars plus 9 equals 11 World Wars, right?
Oh, yeah. That must be what that representative was talking about. The honorable representative who clearly says that she does not support American interests. She instead uses the United States as a vessel to help out her homeland, which basically at that point makes it a very parasitic relationship with how they're working in the government. But anyways, a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
There's also a 5 from Game Theory, who said any gentlemen's clubs in Salt Lake City. Now that I would not know. I wouldn't know about that. I would have a feeling it's probably not, if there is one, it's probably very covert, because out here is really not a whole bunch of bars, really, unless you go downtown.
Or
Or Ogden possibly. They might have something up there like that, but generally not much of that stuff around here for the most part. There's not really a market for it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I haven't really been looking through the phone books lately for all the gentlemen's clubs. Just not really my sort of a thing, so I wouldn't know a damn thing about it, because I don't know why in the world it would ever cross my mind to be like, damn, I really always wanted to go and like just go throw wads of cash at some woman who's scantily dressed, spinning around on some pole in the middle of a room with a whole bunch of other dudes hanging around. Like, that's never been really an aspiration of mine, so unfortunately I wouldn't really know too much about it. But a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB, and thank you very much for the support once again. He said, does Zelensky have a ghostwriter, or does he write his own speeches?
I actually don't know.
I don't think they're scripted, actually. I don't think those, if he's talking about the speeches at night, I think he's doing those off the top of the dome.
Yeah, I think he might be. I think he might be ad-libbing them. I gotta say, folks, I have a lot of respect for Zelensky, because I've never seen anyone, stay as dedicated to informing the public in their country about what's going on than him. Literally daily at this point, and doing very succinct summaries of what's been done, what will be done, and what's coming around the corner. Kind of showing the whole thing to be BS, where people are like, well, the government can't tell you what's going on and what their plan is. It's like, well, Zelensky comes out every day and does that in the middle of a war that Ukraine, in theory, could easily lose against a superior adversary, yet he still does it daily. So it kind of defeats that whole argument that people come up with in America. People in America, folks, have this raging intelligence boner deal about acting like everything's classified. Yeah. Like it's insane. Like everybody in America always wants to act like even the most basic information that has nothing to do with operational security is classified, and in reality hardly any of it needs to be classified. Like you'd ask them, what's their strategy on Iran? Classified. Well, who's over there right now? Classified. What are we doing right now? Classified. It's like this is just getting it feels stupid at this point how much people act like you need to know so little in this country. The country was the first one in the world to dominate the idea of the citizens are the nation and the citizens form the government, and nowadays we seem like the government that tells our citizens the least about things, which completely blows the whole lid off of the idea that we had when we founded this thing 250 years ago.
Yeah, maybe so.
Man, amen, brother. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 4 from C146, who said, I love humongous news. And also, hello, Plazath.
Oh, and a big hello to Plazath, and thank you so much for enjoying the news. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 3 from Ryan Hill, and also, guess what? A 2 from Plazath. And thank you very much, Ryan Hill, and also Plazath, for throwing in that support. And we do appreciate that from the both of you. We also have a 2 from Game Theory, who said, smoking on some stuff here, listening to you guys.
Why in the world does that read like a Dracula Flow comment? Smoking that Himalayan rat pack. You know, it's like, man, like, I don't know. That Smith and Wesson got me moving like an invasive species. I thank you so much for his board game theory. I don't know what it is about that super chat, but it just like made me flash into my mind of a whole bunch of Dracula Flow quotes for some reason. It reads like one almost. It's like if you had worked on that, like the ending of that a little bit better, that would have been a Dracula Flow line that hadn't been read before. But a huge thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, big shout out to Game Theory who put in a 2, and LSA Dragon, and also Chris Leroy, and they each put in a $2 support. And we do appreciate that from all three of you very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you all so much for the support, because each and every single one of y'all help this channel to keep on running and make this thing possible. And so with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the Morse code decoders of the stream, and also the 3 live chat questions to round out the night. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And tonight for the Morse code decoders, we got Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic Fluffiness, Kush, Koteric, Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse code says, one day there will be a day that they just open the Hormuz and we end this thing. LLT, LSA.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that dead on the nail. That was the Morse code message of the night. Y'all got that dead on. I congratulate y'all greatly in the Least Mariner Cinema Corps for always getting it right, because y'all ethereal with what y'all know. Y'all understand Morse code with a profoundness that no one else does. Y'all decipher it for the whole audience to hear. I don't know why, man, but whenever I hear that clapping thing, it's like I'm the Manchurian candidate. It like activates me. Like I'm being mugged. I'm getting my door kicked in or something. I don't know what it is about that, but it always like triggers me for some reason. Just start like having a reaction of like I got to defend the house and myself. It's like a fight or flight response with that. But anyways, that, and also, by the way, folks, I have no idea why that happens, but whenever he plays that clapping sound effect, it like literally kicks me out of my whole mindset that I'm in, and I immediately go into sounds like someone's breaking in, and I'm like, quick, get something, anything, like a rival maybe.
Yeah, sounds a little paranoid.
I don't know what it is, man, but it's like that crack, like clap at the first part of it. It almost sounds like a door frame kind of like cracking a little bit or something. Like, it just sounds like an odd sound at the very first millisecond. That's, I think, what gets me. I'm like a horse that way, man. Like you know how like you can walk in front of a horse and like flash a camera in front of it and it freaks out and throws its rider off. That's kind of me. I'm horse-minded that way. When I hear that sound, I kind of freak out. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next super chat. We actually have one more.
And this one goes to Mobley, who puts in a 10. He said, do you find it kind of ironic that America is in its celebration of 250th anniversary and that we are in what's the hardest of time political-wise?
I would have to say, kind of in a way, yeah. I mean, it's not that... It's not too bad, though, because, I mean, in 1976, when we had the 200th anniversary, Nixon was president, and the whole Watergate thing, what happened later. So I guess you could say that democracy was being challenged then. And then in the 150th, which would have been in 1936, if I'm not mistaken, actually 1926, that would have been during the Roaring 20s. So that time would have seemed like a great time. And then the 100th anniversary would have been 1876, and Reconstruction was going on then still, at least for the next year. So I guess you could say that every single major anniversary, like the 100, the 100, the 200, and the 250th, have kind of actually been in trying times in this country's history. So I guess this is kind of more so kind of the norm, because it's almost like a 50-50. It could kind of be going through good times or bad times whenever these anniversaries come around. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Crispy, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Crispy, for that $10 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much once again. And with that, folks, now moving into our first of the 3 live chat questions. This one goes to Wrath, who said, have we seen Iran receive any weapon shipments from Russia or China this week or the last?
We haven't seen any reports of them, so largely we'd have to declare ignorance on that for now. Our answer would be no, but once again, we just don't have enough information to make that a certain statement. So I hope that does address that incredibly well. We're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Sean Willem, who said, wouldn't it be in Iran's interest to launch a surprise attack instead of waiting for the U.S. to build up supplies and troops?
Not quite, because time bought is good for them. They're generally at least in theory, underpowered and undermatched, overmatched compared to us, which is their opponent. So time is good for them to be bought. Not so good for us to spend. So they're really just biding their time at this point because the ball is still in their court no matter what. So I hope that is addressed to the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person to put in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be Clear Wax. And they said, since Iran has historically used nuclear weapon development as a bargaining chip, do you think they can now be hyper-focused on finishing development?
I think that they're certainly going to be working towards it because of Midnight Hammer and what we've done now. If we walk away at this moment, they are definitely going to make a nuclear weapon because we've now convinced them, if there was ever a discussion in their country, that they must have a nuclear weapon to stop us from attacking them again. So I would say that they're definitely going to start working towards that if we just walk away and allow the Islamic regime to continue to survive in the country. So I hope that is addressed it the best I can, and we have reached the end of tonight's stream at exactly 4 hours and 1 minute. I've got to say that this has been one hell of a stream tonight, and I got to thank so many people here for joining us tonight. We had a peak viewership of 18,000 people, and 134,000 people watched this stream before it ended. I thank you all so much once again for watching. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to be able to cover this news and run this show for all of y'all tonight. And a big shout out to Crispy, hey, who threw in another 10. Another 10, I tell you. Another 10. Really something else right there. And big thanks to everyone so much once again for watching. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is enough news to make a short war video, I'll be the one making that short war video. So with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava. Long live the Lead Spring Army and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow on the next nightly War News stream at 10 p.m. Eastern and maybe midday tomorrow for a short war video if there is enough news to cover. In the meantime, a huge shout out to the over 130,000 people that joined us by the end of the stream tonight, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava, get some rest, and good night.